Sorry, Mouth Lounge, episode 246. We started the recording while I was stuffing my face.
Yeah, nice.
That's your luck.
Always Mr. Food during recordings, I am.
You are Mr. Fuji. Anyway.
All right, yeah. Addie, Pink, they're both here. Yeah,
Yeah, we are.
Are we?
I guess.
I don't feel that I was properly informed.
I got this. We got this big box of we've got like one of those loot box kind of deals we've signed up for, but it's international snacks, right? And every month we get a different pack of international snacks. And this is the first month we got it, and we just got today, and it's a big pack of Polish snacks.
Ooh.
And the one I'm trying right now that is supposed to be the most popular in Poland is like, it's sesame seeds caked together and then glazed with honey.
Ah, yeah.
It tastes like I'm eating the smell of a Chinese restaurant.
As we all know, the Poles invented China.
Yeah. Or, here's what you're leaving out here. Those Chinese restaurants are manufacturing more Poland.
Yeah.
Could be. Poland has grown inexplicably over the years, ever since it got wiped off the map during World War II, so, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe you have China to thank for that.
Alert me when you get the Hungarian one, because I'm wondering what the fuck they'd include, because there's only like there's fucking Milka. We can get Milka anywhere in Europe, I'm pretty sure. And that's the one I associate most with Hungary. There's cow, I guess. There's cow chocolate.
I'm curious if you recognize any of these Polish snacks.
There's a good chance, because we do get like, you know, there is cross pollination sometimes.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I got. You ever heard of Prince Polo or Serka Toruński?
Anything that's actually Polish, I wouldn't know, because they'd probably translate it. But
that's true. But I do want to say, I want to move on after this because there's probably not much more we can talk about here. But I want to say real quick, I just noticed this Serka Toruński. It's just iced gingerbread shaped like hearts, like iced in the way you would ice a donut, right?
Oh yeah.
But
we do have those.
I've just now noticed, I don't know what it's labeled over there, but I just noticed now that under the main name, it's then labeled Legendary Smack.
It's gotta be real legendary.
I have to assume, I desperately hope that is Polish for legendary snack, because that makes it sound like it's an RPG drop, right?
Yeah.
All right. Addie, Pink, you got anything coming out on your channel this week?
Maybe. I think I've still got some Dead by Daylight set to come out this week. I didn't record anything new with Mike, so there's not anything like hour plus long coming out this week, but I should have like short 10-minute, 8-minute videos coming out this week.
I love that qualifier there.
Mike just invades recordings and makes them like fucking 15 hours. I'm not saying that doesn't he barges into the recording. No, he just shows up in your house.
Yeah.
Like you record a video.
You mean he does it for you?
You record a video. No, not even that. I have a better joke. You record the video and it's 10 minutes. You record for 10 minutes. And then you open up the file is like very big. So you open it up and it's suddenly 15 hours and Mike is on it.
Yeah. Every spot of dead air, he is sneaking in to talk about how much he hates Ghostface. There we go. Sure, that.
How much he hates Ghostface and how much he hates George R.R. Martin.
Yeah, it's vengeance against George. It's personal vengeance. George personally has offended him by not writing those last 2 books.
George is not writing those 2 books just to offend Mike. George has written a letter to Mike to assure him of this. We just don't know.
There is a Neil Gaiman quote that I was tempted to mention like a week or two ago when Ted was saying, George R. R. Martin, you can't expect George to write books for you, Mike. I was very tempted to just simply chime in with the quote from Neil Gaiman. George R. R. Martin is not your bitch. But I knew I'd better not chime in with that while Ted's talking, because it'll cause a Ted transition into a rant instead about how Neil Gaiman is the actual worst writer of all time forever, and anyone who likes any of his stuff is stupid.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Some great friend group we have. Like
we have the weirdest friend group.
When you just lay it out like that, it's like we're not actually friends. We're just kind of trapped in eternity, or for eternity with each other.
I mean, the thing is, Ted's a very intelligent person, but he wants to focus a lot more on what's wrong with things than what's right with things, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And Ted, I'm sure, is smart enough to be aware you catch more flies with honey. He'd sell more people if he phrased his things more gently. But because he's old and grumpy and there's too many shitty things that have happened in his life, he doesn't care anymore. So now he just unloads because he wants to and he has fun doing it. And God help us all when Mike finally gives up, and so every post he makes is just racial slurs. Oh God, what would happen if any of the three of us...
You mean he hasn't already? But yeah.
What would happen if the three of us stopped giving a shit? Like, Pink, I feel like you'd just start posting pictures of whatever chicks you find cute everywhere.
That is true, yeah. Sounds like me.
Or you'd set up a bot to just harass Ted after we post.
he just sets up a
sarcasm bot.
Pink sets up a bot, and it says one thing: "I love Skyrim."
No, it needs to be it needs to be a bit ad libs. There needs to be several entries. We got Skyrim, Dark Knight Rises, Avengers Endgame.
Yeah, what's ironic though is that those first two things I don't even like. But I probably would say something along the lines of, yeah, those are great, just to kind of get a reaction out of Ted, so it works in a way.
Yeah. Oh God, if I ever stop giving a shit, you're all just going to have to hear me talk about Warhammer.
I mean, considering that one of the guys I watch for like hours on end is really big into Warhammer 40k, I already lived that. You wouldn't be worse.
Not 40k.
I know it. I don't know 40k. I don't know 40k, but I prefer fantasy. So
yeah. So anyways, it's time I told you about the time that Sigmar tried to take a spear out of a pig and the cultural influence that has had on the Empire in the 2,500 years since. So it all goes back. Addie, I fear what would happen if you stopped giving a shit. We need to pray that...
I feel like if I stopped giving a shit, I just stop. Like I just leave pretty much. Like
because start deleting your posts.
Yeah, because like there's like the meme answers that I could give, like start posting furry porn. But that would require me to actually like look up furry porn, and stuff like that. And like no, I feel like if I stopped caring, I would either just leave or like do nothing for like a month, other than just piss off Mike and Ted back and forth.
Well, see, the trouble is you got to strike a balance there, because you can piss off Mike by talking about Assassin's Creed, but Ted loves talking Assassin's Creed. Conversely, you can piss off Ted by talking about like the furry stuff, but Mike tries to be supportive of that.
Well, no, you see,
even if it does bother him sometimes.
I can piss off both of them with the Assassin's Creed stuff fairly easily, because I just need to say, hey, Ezio is the best written character in all of Assassin's Creed, and then just put in like fucking mountains upon mountains of fucking like paragraphs of why I think so, even though I don't. But
Black Flag, worst Assassin's Creed game. Oh!
I mean, we've already been through that.
With Ted, an argument never ends, brother.
That's true.
The argument never ends until either A, you concede and finally like, okay, Ted, you're right, or B, Ted changes his opinion in a complete 180 to your side out of nowhere one day, and suddenly it's like, what you agree with me now? We had a fucking 5-week-long argument about this, and you didn't change. Year later, out of nowhere, you change. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I say that, but I'm just as guilty of getting into an argument and changing my mind a week later. But that's just because I'm mildly stubborn and it takes a little bit for it to set in that I lost.
But yeah, so where were we? Oh yeah, Pink's channel, actually.
Oh!
Yeah, just Dead by Daylight that was coming out this week. Nothing else.
Alright.
Addy!
Well, it's complicated. So I have a script written out. I need one of y'all to assist me in narrating it because I need someone who can do a really good either infomercial or like the Unsolved Mysteries or whatever the hell, a narrator guy. Like I need someone who can do a good impression of one of those like narrator voices. And
hello, douchebag, buy our bullshit.
Yeah. Like, you know, I don't need Billy Mays. I need the guy who talks next to Billy Mays who doesn't have a body. like you know, the guy who says the stuff that isn't Billy Mays that leads into Billy Mays talking, pretty much.
Oh, for a second there, I was thinking the "Show Me What You Got" guy from Rick and Morty. That would be a great introduction for an infomercial.
Yeah.
Show me what you got. And Billy Mays, here's what I got. Cocaine! Ah!
I mean, I saw a YouTube poop recently that was titled something like "Billy Mays sells you everything and nothing" or something like that, and it was a very like good example of why sentence mixing is my favorite part of YouTube poops, because they just mixed him to say everything, and they like advertised real Amazon products that were shit like fucking like an SEO jumble of words that amounted to chastity belt for men and stuff like that. He actually got Billy Mays to, or you know, they got Billy Mays to talk about that shit through sentence mixing. But yes, I have a script written out. I figured that I would, because the new JoJo game came out this week, I think, and that got more people posting on the Fighters Reddit, being like, "How do I do this move?" And they post a Hadouken input, and I was like, okay, something needs to be done. So for a while, I've been thinking about doing a series on explaining the basics of fighting games. As in, like, not as in, like, you know, here's what Footsies is, here's what Oki is, and stuff like that. Just the very basics of motion inputs are this. This is why motion inputs exist. This is how you do motion inputs, and stuff like that. Yeah?
I'm reminded of a story Matt once told, the Super Best Friends. And Pink, and for any of the godforsaken people who actually listen to this podcast, Matt is the one out of the Super Best Friends who's generally the worst at fighting games. But nonetheless, at one point he told the story of he was over at a party and they popped open Street Fighter 2 or something like that to play. And he was like, sure, I'll sit down and play some. And while everybody was watching, he just played like Ryu or something and threw a Hadouken. And someone behind him unironically went, "Ah, he knows the secret moves!"
Yeah. So that's basically what I'm trying to combat. Because, like, I figured, so fun story, I guess, for Fighting Games R. Fighting Games R was originally supposed to be this for the two of us with W. Like, this was the idea for Proto Fighting Games R. But someone else who knows more about fighting games than either of us started up a similar series. So we went, okay, you know what, we can't do that anymore because we'll just be accused of, you know, trying to ride their coattails. But enough time has passed, and it's still a big enough issue that if there's more resources or if there's more people going to that mill, pretty much, then there's probably a bigger chance that people will see what that information is. And that's basically my thing, is that like I want to go over just like, here's what motion inputs are, here's what, in a separate video, here's what notations are, and then I don't know where to go after those two. Like what very basic thing that I could just talk about why it exists and all that without getting into too much detail, because like people say that they want to know what footsies is, but people don't actually want to know what footsies is because you don't really know what footsies is. You kind of just feel it. Like footsies is just trying to bait out the other guy's move and then punishing them. That's it. Like there's only so much you can. There's only so many words you can say that with.
Footsies is the part of the fight where you're just looking at each other, going like, "Well, one of us is gonna have to throw a fucking punch."
Yeah. And so, like, with some of those terms, like some of those terms, I could probably explain, like, Soge would probably be something that I would explain, or Okizemi, which, even if you use the English name for it, it can be kind of esoteric. But like, there's only so long that shit can go. Yeah.
If you want to talk about Kusoge, right now is the time, because Max just put out a video on Kusoge, and you can talk about it differently than he does. Because Max literally just put out a video pretty well saying there is no longer... He just put out a video, saying they don't make Kusoges anymore. And his point was...
Even though DNF Duel is right there.
Well, Max's point was... People say DNF Duel is a Kusoge, Guilty Gear Strive is a Kusoge, this is a Kusoge.
How the fuck is Guilty Gear Strive Kusoge? I don't get
Well,
that.
Max's point was, it is a word that people now throw around for any game that is not balanced in the way that they think is ideal. A game that is not balanced to be as, like, everything is optimal, everything is pristine. And he's saying, no, motherfuckers, you don't get it. Like, DNF Duel, no matter how much stuff there is in DNF Duel that you think is stanky, it ain't got nothing on Hokuto no Ken. It's not got anything on that fucking Power Rangers game where what's his name just annihilates the entirety of the cast. It's not got anything
Sailor Moon
on the games that are fundamentally broken,
and that's what makes them fun.
Yeah, like he specifically used that clip of Harada's bar, where Harada said, like, Harada's definition of Kusoge, which is old shitty games that are broken and virtually unwinnable after some perspective, which, yeah. Hokuto, if the opponent gets a hit in Hokuto no Ken, it's done. You can't win. The rest of the match is now nil.
Yeah. and so, like,
My God, Pink, have we ever showed you the basketball dribbling combo?
No. But we need to.
I will go get it.
All right. Yeah, Pink, there's a couple of things that are someone who is fighting games adjacent, considering I'm a fighting game, and W likes them. There's things that you need to know, like Moment 37, which I believe we've showed you. Another one is Hokuto no Ken's dribbling combo, which is just like it's a good summary of the game, just in general. And yeah. There's a couple others, I guess. I don't really know off the top of my head what else there could be, but we will get there eventually. I have shown you the Iron Man Infinite, right?
Yes, I've definitely seen the Iron Man Infinite.
That's another one. The Iron Man Infinite is great. I love it. But yeah. So basically, I have a script for that up. I'll need to send the narration parts to one of y'all to help me with that, so we can have, or I can have a second voice. And once that's done, it's on to getting fucking clips for it that work.
Getting what for it?
Clips.
Oh, I heard flips. I'm like, what is a flip?
I need to put up DOA 5 and do nothing but flip kicks with Jackie Bryant and make that the video.
No, Addy, you need to just do a flip in real life, record it, and then put it on loop in the background.
Yeah.
Okay, so Pink, I put it in general, and for all intents and purposes, the real combo starts at the 30-second mark. Though there's still some goofy bullshit leading into that, but the real combo is 30 seconds in. And my god, it is beautiful.
But yeah, aside from that, I wanted to give an update on because last week when we talked about the YouTube poop, it wasn't for sure that it would get released. Then Pink gave it,
and then it did.
Yeah, Pink gave it a watch and was like, okay, you need to show this to people. so I did. And yeah, I only expect only the two of you, or like only two people from the forums actually watched it, so I didn't even really advertise the video be existing. It got 100 views in a week, which is pretty fucking good for me.
Yeah.
Like, considering
it's crazy how sometimes when you actually try, things work.
Who knew that?
I'm speaking for myself there as well.
I don't know, because like I try with the reviews and stuff like that, but they don't really do much anymore. Which, I mean, you know, the different trends and all that. But like, YouTube poops are not on the up and up. YouTube poops have been sort of dead and coasting for the past 10 years. So like, you know.
Then, Addy, that means it is now your job to commit necromancy.
I mean, I don't know if you saw what I made, but it's kind of mediocre.
Your foot's in the door now, boy. The industry is yours to take.
But yeah, so what's I going to say? Yeah, I was surprised by how well.
Next up, you need to make fucking. Yep. Next up, you need to make steamed hams, but with Sonic and Shadow.
Like that's a part of that. The part of why it was moderately successful, you know, very, very successful for my standards, which is that, you know, I made about an overview video that Sega released literally the day that I edited the video on. So, you know, I did good with the timing and all that, but also like, most of the views came from people searching for either specifically Sonic YouTube poops or YouTube poops in general, which is a surprise. Other surprise is yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that doesn't surprise me. The Sonic fandom seems like they love YouTube poops.
It depends, because, you know, there's a very vocal I don't know if they're a minority or not, but there's a very vocal part of the fandom that hate the Snapcube dubs as well, because you know, the jokes got overplayed, which, I mean, fair. I don't know how overplayed they got, because I wasn't really lurking around the time that stuff came out.
Well,
but yeah.
The Sonic fandom is famously divided and divisive. So I will say there is a certain segment of the fan base who takes the Ken Penders thing, the Ken Penders video game, Amy Rose getting pregnant by Knuckles things too seriously. And that part of the fan base probably wants nothing to do with any stinky memes about their beloved, you know, Amy Rose getting pregnant by Knuckles stories.
Yeah.
But I think for the rest of the Sonic fan base who recognizes the series has gone off the rails a long time ago and are just having a laugh about it, I think they'd probably enjoy it a bit more.
Yeah. I know we don't do fanfics and stuff like that on FOS Reads. I mean, that's been a dormant series that isn't really a series at all. But, you know, if we did, there's one that the premise or whatever, the actual like main conflict is so funny. I've only heard like cliff notes of it, but I need to find it.
Shadow stops 9/11.
No, Sonic gets Amy pregnant but doesn't want a child, so he proceeds to beat the fuck out of Amy to abort the child. Also gets hit by a car that's driven by Robotnik. That's the main conflict. Those two that are, I guess, somehow related. Yeah.
Is this somehow related to the Zootopia comics?
Not as far as I know. But yeah. What was I going to say? Yeah, I don't know if I'll make any more YTPs in the near future, because I have had ideas before I made this one about stuff that I could do it with, but like The problem with that stuff is that the videos that I would need to use as sources had to be somewhere between 30 minutes to 2.5 hours long, and I don't know if I really want to sit through all of that shit. You know. Like this one partially worked out because the source video was 3 minutes long, so I could go back and forth pretty easily. But yeah,
YouTube poops are unique, and there's a lot of things that, a lot of creative projects that in order to get started working on them, you need to have like a full night's sleep and a fresh brain. You got to be up and ready and active and awake. YouTube poops are one thing where I think to get the idea, it's better that you didn't get any sleep.
Yeah, I made that YouTube poop at like I saw the original video at midnight. I was up until 4 to make that thing. But I was like,
I will say,
yeah, go ahead.
Say for my part, I'm bad about my brain for whatever reason sometimes has trouble with songs getting stuck in my head, and I will get just one lyric stuck in my head. Just as an example, just how dumb my brain is when I'm going without sleep or when I didn't sleep properly and I wake up in the middle of an REM cycle or whatever. And, you know, when you wake up wrong and you just have fog brain the whole day.
Yeah.
One of the things that will stick around in my head is there is a lyric from the Johnny Cash song, The Man Comes Around. And it's, of course, talking about the Bible because it's Johnny Cash. And he says at some point, I have to assume this is a Bible passage, and the whirlwind is in the thorn trees. And inexplicably, whenever I'm having a dumb brain day, him just singing the whirlwind gets stuck in my head, and I imagine him trying to warn people about incoming whirlwinds. And I imagine a bad YouTube poop of Johnny Cash trying to go up to warn people about the whirlwind, and then it just sweeps through and gets them, right?
Yeah, okay, I need to... I have a similar thing. Speaking of Symphony of Destruction, or of recording, there's this animation that I want to do that I'm going to spoil. Where the idea is that, or something that I've been thinking about a lot, is, you know how in the chorus they sing, "Dance like a marionette."
Yeah.
Cut that short. And have it so he says, "Dance like a Mario." And just do this bit.
But and starts playing the tequila song.
No, like my idea is to have like, I don't know, like me watching the ending of the Super Show and be like, man, whoever does dances like this is dumb. And then just a gun comes in from off screen, cut to fucking Dave's face, and he just goes, "Dance like a Mario." And then cut to me crying doing the dance from the ending of the Super Show.
This sounds like
he holds me at gunpoint.
Like YouTube views.
Yeah. Like if I like this, the big thing that's keeping me from doing this is animation is hard. Animation, like 1 30-second animation.
That's why you just do it with lazy clip art.
Now, like some parts of this, I could animate fairly easily. The problems with it is that you know, the dance specifically, like the version of the drawing software that I have, makes it so I can't animate anything more than a second long in it, and that is an issue that I can sometimes, you know, work around because still frames exist and all that. But the dancing is something that requires animation to happen. And so that's something that I need to figure out how to do, how to get around, just, you know, either having to animate a dance in 1-second intervals, or animating it as separate drawings and then putting it back together in Premiere. But yeah, that's a big problem. Speaking of animation, though, there is something that I've been wanting to bring up, but I keep forgetting. If y'all have any moments that you think would be really funny for to be animated somewhat, because I know I tried this in the past, but I need to temper my expectation because once again, 1 30-second animation took me a month, but you know. So if there's any moments from our videos that you think would be funnier if it were animated, I wouldn't mind trying out animatics, which is basically just like animation but without coloring, and like without as many moving frames.
Yeah.
I think it would be a good way to ease into actually animating stuff. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah. And then aside from all of that, my TV got back. Like the main thing keeping the reviews from happening is that I need my TV to stream, and I need to stream to have like a backlog of footage that I can pluck out parts from for review and stuff like that. It's this cycle. It's this catch-22 where I need to rely on a lot of things to eventually get to a point where I can do a review. And my TV is back, but it's still not fixed completely. It still does the vibrating thing that it did. So it has to go back into getting fixed again.
Oh.
Yeah. This is the third time this month. And so I'm gonna have to, like, once again, sometimes the view is fine. Right now I'm looking at it. It's okay. I could record with it. I don't know when it's gonna act up, and I don't want to be there when it's acting up, you know? And that's basically what's keeping me from working on review stuff, is that, like, I'd like to review a couple of games and stuff like that, but I need to play through them. To play through them, I need to stream them, so there's footage. And to stream them, I need to be able to see the game, at least, you know, I would need to see the game most of the time, and ensure that I see it at least most of the time, so the stream isn't like shit. So yeah. So basically, reviews coming soon, TM. Pretty much.
Yeah.
And that's my channel. W, your channel.
Yes. So I actually did put out a video a week ago. I had to kind of get into a mood. I've noticed I do more YouTube work if I get housework done before. It gets me in like that mindset of work. What? Well, not. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't like doing chores. Well, you know, I don't like getting interrupted. Well, see, I've got a thing that I inherited from my mom of I am either work brain or relax brain. And I hate to have either interrupt the other. Either I start up and it's like, okay, I'm going to play some video games today. And someone's like, all right, Alex, we need you to do this. And it's like, oh. Or conversely, it's like, I'm going to get some shit done today. I'm going to clean up my room. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do the dishes. I'm going to walk the dog. And it's like, hey, Alex, let's sit down and see this. And I'm like,
I'm similar, so, but also when I'm relaxing, my brain is just like, you're wasting time. You're not working on a video, or you're not doing something else that could like count as working. So you're wasting time.
Mine too, but with at least like you and me, like I'll say, ever since Mortal Empires came out, all my free time has gone towards playing Warhammer in some way or watching movies and TV with the family. Watching movies and TV with the family is spending time with the family. Therefore, it's worth it in that regard. And playing Warhammer, that's a game that I actually intend to make more YouTube videos about. So playing the game is research.
Yeah.
And you take your criticism of games, your critique, your criticality. That sounds like a Mortal Kombat finisher. Very seriously. So for you, it's doing research as well.
I mean, I don't know, because like one of the things that I brought up last week is that I might want to actually move away from trying to criticize things seriously, because there's not really a market for it, or at least not a market for an amateur to do it on YouTube right now, at least from what I can tell. And also, it's like I also enjoy making those videos less, which is the big problem with it, you know.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it seems to not only stress you out, but also make you enjoy the games less. At least me observing, you know. Of course, you'd have the final say on that.
I mean, it's less of a thing of I don't enjoy the games less. I usually, when I criticize something, it's something that I thought of while engaging with it. Like in my music list that I posted on the forums, you'll see a lot of times I'll just be like, this part of the song sucks. And that's because while thinking it, like I try to talk about the things that I like, but sometimes I like say the energy of a song or whatever, and that's what makes me like it. But but in the back of my mind, I'm also going like, man, the lyrics, they're bad.
There was one time where I was talking with Mike, and Mike was talking about, so, how's the podcast? And this was several months ago, but he was asking, how's the podcast, yesterday or whatever? And I said, oh, yeah, Addy talked about playing a lot of games he doesn't like. He does that a lot. And Mike just very simply said, Addy doesn't seem to like enjoying things.
Says a man who likes Far Cry 3 and Skyrim.
Well, then you're gonna get into the TED argument, Addy, of like, yeah, ooh, you enjoy this thing that thing is bad?
I think it's obvious I'm making a joke, but No, like I'd give Mike less shit. All right, nice. But yeah, I'd give Mike less shit for it if the way he presented his distaste for things that I like, the way he does either. Like, it's
yeah.
Like it's a thing of like, I don't really like Warhammer. I don't mind you talking about Warhammer because you like Warhammer, and usually you talk about the stories that are interesting and stuff like that. But like otherwise, I don't really seek out Warhammer content. Warhammer content seeks me out somehow. But I don't care about the people I watch or you or whoever enjoying Warhammer because I don't have to interact with it, at least not inherently.
Yeah.
And that's basically
trust me, brother, I've been dealing for years with Mike being a little hyperbolic in the things he dislikes.
But yeah, like so sometimes that does make it harder for me to go, oh no, it's fine that he doesn't like that he likes these things or doesn't like those things. Because it's like, okay, there's only so much that I can go, well, our opinions differ. And he just gets on my nerves.
Oh, man. Whew.
Like, another thing of that note is that, like, Pink likes isometric games. I don't. We don't argue about this. Like, it's just a thing.
Like, there's an argument to be had with Warhammer about, like, the objective quality of some aspects of it. But I like the idea of, like, Pink just says, like, hey, I played Hades today. And Hades like, fucking no! No!
Traitor!
Like, what? Are you going to get out a stun baton and have a lightsaber duel with him? What?
Yeah.
Boy, the sequels killed that meme dead.
Yeah.
There was a hot minute there where that guy was the Boba Fett of the sequel trilogy, and then the rest of the sequel trilogy happened.
Yeah. What was I?
Oh shit! I watched Mandalorian 2. Oh god, I did too much this week.
Nice.
This podcast is gonna be 5 hours long.
And Mike's not even here yet.
Oh Jesus!
We're gonna put him in post.
We haven't even got to what I did on my channel this week.
Yeah. All right. So what did you do with your channel this week?
So I got off my pasty white ass and I made a video. And it was kind of a video that when I was doing it, I was kind of like, do people really need this? But I went, fuck it. I need to put out something. And goddamn it, I put it out. And I used editing. Oh my God.
Why would you do that?
4 separate clips. And I cut them and put them together.
What?
And for me, that is serious fucking progress, man, to not just lazily record one whole thing and not even bother to cut the bits off of the beginning and end.
Next, you'll be making a YouTube poop too.
Oh no! Warhammer YouTube poops? There's already a guy who does that!
But it's fine, they got
Funny.
C&D'd.
And they suck. I'll be back. But they aren't very funny, they just repeat community memes. But anyways... I put out nice, quick, under 10 minutes video. Here's some shit to do with your ranged units that have short range. Here you go. Here's some formations to use. I don't know. Make your own shit up. I try to get that in every video. Like, hey, these are just some ideas. Make your own shit up and put it in the comments. Engagement. But also, I just actually am curious to hear what people come up with. It's not just me cynically trying to get engagement.
Yeah.
But
I heard the best archer lineup is to make them right at Uwu, and then they just kill everything. The fucking
that
I was going to call out the Hype Beast. Yeah, that's my favorite Warhammer fucking unit, the Hype Beast. Anyway, continue.
The thing I hate is I never thought about that. I can't see a U formation working too well. Well, actually, no, that could work depending on what way they're facing. Actually, that might work, you son of a bitch.
You're welcome. remember that time that I gave you war advice and then you didn't take it and we lost in Shogun? Yeah?
Yeah.
Turns out secretly I'm actually really good at strategy. It's a surprise to everyone.
Son of a bitch. What, now the question is, what army do I make a new formation with?
The Beastmen.
Oh god, that suck.
Yeah, I know, because the Beastmen are shit, if memory serves, but, you know.
Well, the Beastmen are fantastic now, but the one archer unit they get is not good.
I mean, I feel like I feel like you could actually figure out which people it actually works with. You would have to at least try with the Beastmen, just for the meme.
Yeah. I would see if we want to go down the furry department. There's also still the Skaven and the Lizardmen, right?
Yeah, but do the Skaven have good archers?
The Skaven don't need archers; they have machine guns.
Ah, okay. Oh yeah, the fucking Rattling Gunners. How could I forget?
Yeah. Like they even have sniper rifles you can put at the back of the U, the bottom of the U.
Nice.
The Lizardmen just get their pet fire-breathing lizards to do it. That'll work.
Yeah.
Shit. God damn it. Like, see, I was actually thinking this during the video. When I was making the video, I was like, I should ask someone who knows nothing about this stuff, who would totally think outside the box, just come up with some bullshit. And it's like, oh, you know, I was thinking like maybe ask my family. I didn't even think, oh, I should ask Addy or Pink.
You need to make the army make a large ass.
Yeah, I was about to say I shouldn't ask Pink because Pink's just gonna ask me what's the sexiest units in the game. It's like, oh no, this one has already fallen to the dark gods.
The chaos. They're the sexiest.
Actually, kind of, yes. There is a chaos god of sex, so.
Oh, I like it.
See, I told you. Despite not trying to engage with Warhammer stuff, I still do. I know all of this and more.
Look, there's 4 chaos gods pretty well: anger, depression, sex, lying. Now I'm going to guess, Pink, you'd fall to the sex one. Addy, depression one. It seems that's your favorite. Soon.
I don't know if I'd say
for soon.
I don't know if I'd say my favorite. It's the one I have.
He's your favorite. I mean, you're his favorite. There we go.
Yeah.
Which do you think Mike is worse about, anger or sex?
Anger. I guess admittedly I haven't heard Mike go and talk about sex. Really?
Well, see, the thing is, I think he's scared to do it when you're around because he's scared to see what you'll bring out in response. But me and Pink have heard plenty about it.
That is true.
Oh no, my Among Us skills would come back to bite me. I'd fit in with the god of lying, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm too sus.
That's still the funniest thing to me is that Mike sees me as the biggest liar. When like the only reason you know I lie is because I tell you. Like I only lie when it doesn't fucking matter, and then I tell you immediately after that, hey, that's not true.
I think we reached that conclusion at some point when Pink like said something to fuck with Mike. And Mike pretty well said, well, shit, I consistently know Addie's lying to me, but Pink, I don't know when you're lying to me. And that's what I was like, and that's why Addie's better.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like the funny thing is, I genuinely don't like lying aside from jokes. Like for jokes, I'm fine with it. It depends on how far the joke goes. Because if it's
the thing is, Mike always falls for it with you,
and
I
don't know why
that you fuck with him, and he still falls for it.
Like the better part of that is that every time he falls for it, I'm like, I'm gonna say something that's so dumb that it just couldn't fucking happen. And I'm gonna make it obvious that it just couldn't fucking happen. And Mike is like, really, Eddie? Did they really do that? And I go, no, Mike. That ridiculous thing that I told you is not real.
That kills me every time when someone's response to that is, really? No. It's like Mike is one of the most cynical, like not trusting people I know, and yet for some reason he inexplicably just turns it off when he's around you, and I don't know why.
I'm too fluffy.
Addie, you must use this power for good.
Yes. But yeah, so your channel, W, you released a video with editing.
Yeah, I released it, and it's been about a week, and hey, 500 views, pretty good.
Yeah, nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, the previous one of those videos I did a year ago wound up around 38,000, so, I'm just, apparently this is something I should keep doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whew.
Once again, if you need the dumb suggestions for formations, hit me up. I can figure something out. Like just give me the name of the unit that you want me to try and figure something dumb out for.
At what point is it like, all right, I need you to make a mural of Sonic the Hedgehog out of soldiers?
I need you to take the Chaos Warriors and draw Sonic kissing Mario and taking off his like the buckle parts from his shoulder.
That would be one I would say, please take this one into online multiplayer.
Yeah.
It will stun your opponent, making them weak to your attacks.
Yeah, it gives a +5 to stun out of the game.
Yeah.
Especially if you have enough like clicks per minute to make it animated.
The other guy just gets a frenzy bar on his screen from Bloodborne.
Yeah. I love that. I love that GIF because it's not even it like there's nothing to the GIF aside from the implication, but the implication is great. Is there?
Yeah. Oh man. All right, what's coming out on the group channel?
Well, on Monday, you will never figure it out. Speeder.
Speederman?
Yeah.
Speederman?
He is here. He is down to party.
Uncle Ben.
Speeder Porker. He became Speederman.
Yeah.
When someone ate his bowl of Uncle Ben's rice.
Yeah.
But yeah. So that's coming out. Bless you. I believe there's more multiverses. At least one more episode of multiverses. Same for Armello. Stray should be out, although I will need to remember to upload the next episodes if memory serves. So yeah, that we'll see how my memory works this week. And
we've also got FGA this week.
Yeah, we also have FGA and Katamari.
Yes. And you and I need to record some more Ass Creed.
Yeah. We need to record more everything, but Katamari is fine until I want to say the end of this, or the both of those, because they also serve each other, not just themselves. Both of those last until the end of this month, I believe. So we need to record everything, pretty much.
Well, we got Castlevania done, and from my own side of the Halloween thing, I've also got what was it? Oh, Lakeview Cabin Collection.
Yeah.
It just occurred to me. I'm pretty sure I have Doom 3 as well. Well, I've probably got a shitload of horror things that I could do, but let's just stick to Lakeview Horror for now, with my internet being relatively bad.
Yeah, and we still have to do Nekojishi. We still have to do but that's the only one that all three of us need to be there for, really. That and Sonic.
Yeah.
But like I've been putting off playing through the hero side story for the save file until we can actually like record it, because I don't want to play Sonic Adventure at 2 FPS again, unless it is very much necessary for me to do now. Like, I don't know what it is. My PC can run Sims 3, or could run Sims 3 when I tried it a while back. But Sonic Adventure, no. Too hard. This game from 2002, no.
Should I not do it? Should I not just play through the hero and villain side?
I mean, I can give you a save with the villain side done. But there's also
part of what I'm worried about is when I wrap up, when I start it, is it just gonna be like, oh, I don't know how to play this game, and I just jumped in for the last few levels. Fuck.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing, is that like we could avoid that. Alternatively, wouldn't that be funny?
It would be funny, but I just thought of something funnier.
Yeah.
What if I, in a moment of stupidity, get lost in the chow farming mechanic?
Oh, the Chow Garden.
The Chow Garden. Is there any benefit to the actual levels from having really good chows?
No. The benefit to raising
Game
chows.
Design.
The benefit to raising chows is to do something fucking else. And so and so like the chows can race and stuff like that for fun. And chow, if you have the battle DLC, which I do, but I don't think either of you would have. But if you have the battle DLC, you can also train Chow to play Street Fighter, but in real life.
What?
Yeah. I don't know. There's a fight mini game that they added. I don't know how it works, because I never played it myself, because once again 2 FPS. But there's a battle in the battle version of the game. They added a DLC, or they added a thing to Chows, where there's basically a fighting game, and I don't know if you control it, but it's with Chows in mechs.
Incredible.
In it.
Amazing. Superb.
So yeah, like the Chows, we could do stuff with the Chows, because if we run short with the main story, which I don't think we'll run short with the main story, but we could fuck around for a couple of tens of minutes in the Chow Garden. I'm just not sure if we will,
Yeah.
Like, I think there's enough stuff with the last story, because the last story has you go through a gauntlet with all of the characters, and then also Sonic and Shadow fighting the main boss. So I don't know. I think that should be enough content, but who knows?
Yeah. Especially as long as it's going to take to do the Knuckles and Rouge levels.
Oh yeah. There's nothing Ozverse as fucking Deep Space.
Okay.
Like the Knuckles and Rouge levels are very fast, if memory serves. Because they were like, hey,
Addy, what I'm gonna need you to do ahead of time, instead of beating the game. I just now noticed, by the way, that I haven't actually bought Sonic Adventure 2 yet, so I need to do that. But I will play through the hero and villain stretches. What I need you to do for preparation is look up the Big the Cat locations on each level.
Alright, I can do that. I know one off the top of my head. But wait, are you
saying...
Yeah?
We saw him in Pumpkin Hill, but I mean the epilogue.
Okay,
all the Big the Cat locations in the epilogue.
There's definitely one in the Sonic level where you run past him. Like, he's very easy to miss because I think it's a part where you automatically run.
Yeah.
But yeah. I'll look those up.
We cannot miss the sex pervert.
Yeah. Speaking of Big the Cat, so I wanted to bring this up for multiple reasons. Well, for one, okay, speaking of sex pervert and also speaking of Big the Cat, two separate things.
Oh no.
So for one, Sonic Frontiers got a new teaser featuring a 1OK Rock song, and the big takeaway for me, the big funny takeaway from me is that the song features the lyrics, "Fuck the pain away, my bed is in ruins." That's the line that the teaser ends on. So
no.
So Sonic getting a new cock in Frontiers is now canon. Aside from that, yeah,
anything but Amy Rose.
Yeah,
everything but Amy Rose.
Yeah. I mean, depending on which Sonic you're talking about, if you're talking about the old Archie Comics one, or if you're talking about the games one or whatever, the Archie Comics Sonic was, if memory serves, actually Pan. So yeah, and
everything was.
So everything but Amy Rose, yes.
Don't forget Sonic 2006.
Yeah. But that also, Pink, this is something for you. Pink, you might need to pre-order Sonic Frontiers. Not only is Big the Cat in the game, there was a leaked footage from the I forget where they last showed off the game, but there was a playable demo there, and the demo glitched out and allowed people to walk around in more of the game than they were supposed to.
Lovely.
And yeah, and it turns out Big the Cat is in the game as an NPC. You can interact with him. He lets you fish. That's his thing.
Oh my god.
So Pink,
I like the idea of Pink cracking open the game and being like, all right, everybody, welcome to Sonic Frontiers. Fuck all this shit, we're just gonna go fishing. Like,
yeah.
the complete opposite reaction from everyone else who played the Big the Cat sections in Sonic Adventure 1. You know, everyone else, like, I bought this game to go fastest, Sonic, why am I slow and fishing? No! Show me the slow fishing! Forget the hedgehog! Forget the Chaos Emeralds! Forget the fat-ass scientist! I just want to go fucking fishing!
Yeah.
Big knows how to live the proper life.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just thought those two were funny enough to bring up for Sonic Frontiers. The thing that I expected, that there was a surprisingly small amount of actual like feedback on the video, aside from, you know, all of the people who watched the YouTube poop. But I figured people would, because it's been a very contentious or whatever topic Sonic Frontiers has been, because, you know, people are like, well, this looks like a demo for you know, you trying out a new engine and stuff like that rather than an actual game. Other people are like, you know, why do people need to immediately shit on the game? It's not even out yet. And I figured that the second group to cause a stink in the video, because the entire video is kind of like, you know, it's making fun of Sonic Frontiers. I mean, it's not inherently going like Sonic Frontiers bad, but it's making fun of Sonic Frontiers in a way. So, you know, I expected people to dislike that part. And where was I fucking going with this shit? I had a point to make here.
Yeah.
I just don't know it anymore.
Oh no.
But yeah. What was I going to say? Shit. I don't remember. Whatever. Fuck it. If I remember, we'll come back to this. I set the scene. You'll know.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. So yeah. Where were we? Oh yeah, the funny thing. The funny thing that
coming out on the channel.
The funny thing that I wanted to bring up, I remembered, is that chances are actually going to be like getting the game or release or somewhere around then, because I am actually interested in Frontiers somewhat, cautiously.
Is there not something less risky you could go for?
I don't know. Like there's a JoJo's game that came out recently, but I won't have money for it recently in the next couple of months, And also like let's see, Digimon Survive came out, but I won't get Gilmon anymore, and I don't know if the line that I like is even in the game at all. So that's the thing. That's also like a strategy RPG, and it's one of those things where like I would like the visual novel parts of Digimon Survive. I don't think I would like the strategy RPG parts of it, and so it's a thing where I and so it's a thing of like, if I'm getting that game, then I'd want to have someone like Pink there who likes that sort of gameplay, so he could at least give me like pointers on what to do or something like that. And like it's not a promise that I'd like it even then, but it might be easier if I actually like if I either know what I'm doing or at least have someone who knows what they're doing with that stuff. Because there's interesting parts to that part of the game as well, but like it's still like Fire Emblem,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, aside from those, I don't really have any game that I've been looking forward to that's come out or is coming out in the fucking near future. There's a game that I've every time I see this game in the store listing on the PlayStation Store, I'm just like, man, I wish that I was like making a funny video about wanting to buy games or something like that, which is not at all the type of content that I want to make or am making. But sometimes you find bits and you're just like, man, this would fit like a glove into that. Because there's a game on the PS4 store that's coming out. That's just called like I forget exactly what it's called, but it's something like Otoko. Let me see, actually, because it's in like the second tab of the coming soon thing that they have up on the PlayStation Store. But it's like something or other Otoko. It's like shirtless Otoko, sexy boys mahjong or something dumb like that. And Otoko just means man.
Amazing.
Yeah, Otoko means man. So the game is titled Sexy Man Mahjong. No, sexy man, pretty boys mahjong.
I like it.
Amazing.
Yeah, let me see if I can find the actual title of this game, because I feel like it's even more ridiculous. But while I do that, Pink, I guess you can go ahead with your week.
All right. Well, lucky for you guys, I didn't
schedule.
accomplish all that much this week.
Wrestling.
Yeah, wrestling was the biggest part of my week, so I'll actually let you. Well, I'll not mention it now, but I'll let you handle it.
Let's save it all for the end.
Yep. Because
both companies have plenty to talk about. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And let's see. Yesterday, I think it was yesterday. Yeah. The latest season of Cobra Kai, season 5, came out. I did not progress too far into it. I watched the first 2 episodes, and then I had to stop for reasons, probably. But I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of the side plots were very fast paced. I didn't spend a lot of time on them, which was nice because those have a tendency to drag. So to see that they were cleaning everything up very quickly and efficiently and not wasting a lot of time was very refreshing for a Netflix series or a television series on a whole nowadays. So yeah, I thought they handled that very well. I love the way that they kind of transitioned the villains from the last season into this season, because it's Karate Kid. It's completely ridiculous. If you look at the story from a realistic standpoint, none of this would happen, not without a bunch of lawyers or anything. But the way that they write it, they're able to present you a villain and then present you with a higher stakes villain, and the stakes are raised in such a way where it doesn't feel completely ridiculous, even though it all essentially really is. But it feels grounded enough that, yeah, okay, you can suspend your disbelief. You can kind of accept this as your corny 80s action flick or whatever.
Yeah.
And accept all the elements as they are, and it actually works rather well. I've really enjoyed the villain of this season. They had a natural progression, a natural evolution from the lower stakes to the now higher stakes, and I really enjoyed it. It was surprising, to get this type of quality from a television adaptation of a Karate Kid film from like 1983 or whatever. So, yeah, it's like it's a show that has no right to be as good as it is, but I thoroughly enjoy it. So, yeah, 2 episodes in, can't wait to see the rest.
Nice.
All right.
And
by the way, I want to add to fucking, I'm forgetting the name of the show even though you just said it.
Cobra Kai.
Yeah, Cobra Kai. I want to add to it that the way I've heard people talk about the show is that it's very Yakuza-like. So basically, this is just another call-out post. You need to play Yakuza.
I still need to play Yakuza, yeah.
What do you mean you haven't yet stuffed somebody's head in the microwave and turned it on and they lived?
Yeah. But yeah, like if you like, apparently if you like the way Cobra Kai handles its story, then you would enjoy Yakuza as well. At least
I believe
most
it.
of it.
I've heard similar things. Yeah. But yeah, that was
Karate Kid is.
I think that was all I did this week. The wrestling and the Cobra Kai. I tried to watch Thor: Love and Thunder, but never actually got around to progressing further.
I got around to it.
Like 2 minutes. Okay, so I guess I'll mute myself or deafen myself if you want to go spoilery with it. Okay, but yeah,
don't you worry. I accidentally went spoilery on Soon because I thought he had already seen it and talked about it with Ted and got a gaming. So he got that salvo on accident.
Oh no. But yeah, I do intend to watch it sometime this week, so I'll definitely be able to talk more in depth with you on that next week. But for now, yeah, that was a pretty lazy week for me.
All right,
Eddie.
Yeah, before I go ahead with my week, I actually found a game. So it's called Otoko Cross, Pretty Boys Mahjong Solitaire, and for one, Otoko Cross is what you think, considering it's probably like either a Japanese or Japanese wannabe Japanese looking game. Because it's just like any anime twinks cross dressing, but for one, they missed.
Okay.
Like they missed the mark though, because if this were really Japanese, or if they really wanted to try and they are Japanese, then this game should have been called Autocross. But anyway. But yeah, every time I see this game, I'm just like, man. Because like it's just man cross. This title is good.
See, you made that noise, and I think that's the desired reaction for the audience.
I mean, yes, but I don't think they wanted to sound sarcastically. You know?
Yeah. Probably not, no.
But yeah, the amount of just like anime TD games that are just mahjong is surprising.
Well, now that's anime cock games, but still.
I mean, yeah, it depends. With these guys, yes, it is an anime cock game. It could still be an anime TD game, but they're not butter. Anyways.
Yeah.
So, my week. Well, let's see. I finished Trials of Mana. God was punched. Dead was not.
Okay.
That was not.
Yeah, the character that I chose, W, his entire like reason to be there was My dad killed my dog. I need to punch my dad, but I can't punch my dad because he's strong. I need to punch God first.
Oh.
Yeah. And then you punch God. God is dead. He died from one punch. And then you go up to you go up to dad. He just goes, "You dumb idiot! I didn't fucking kill the dog." And the dog walks on screen. And then your character just goes, "I guess I don't need to punch that anymore."
Issue resolved.
Yeah.
Peaceful ending.
So yeah, Trials of Mana. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to see a JRPG parody where the main character is on his way down the street, down the sidewalk to get a cup of coffee, and along the way he just casually kills God.
Yeah.
Like, God pops in, and while he's walking along, he just does that Gandhi gif, right? That gif of Gandhi punching through somebody's, like, disemboweling somebody, right?
Yeah.
But I also like the idea that you boot up a JRPG. You're like, okay, I know what this is about. I need to fucking kill God and shit like that. God is a random encounter. Like he just shows up. He just shows up every 2 steps. But yeah. So Trials of Mana, the remake, is a game that is sort of confused. Which I mean, yeah, that's Square. That's Square right now. Like I started this game up because I wanted to play on actual JRPG. And then turns out no action game. Well, a weird shitty mishmash of action and JRPG. Anyway. But yeah, that the music is just Final Fantasy. Like I don't know if I don't know if the same guy made the music. I don't know if the similarities in the songs were on purpose. They probably were, but like, for God's sakes, it's a different series. Can you just not compose Final Fantasy music for once? Can this series not have its own like identity?
No, that'd be illegal.
Like, I fucking swear one of the songs featured the Final Fantasy battle team. Yeah? Love you?
I am looking it up.
Alright.
The Final Fantasy soundtrack guy did do Chrono Trigger, actually.
Yeah, but Chrono Trigger has its own sound, if memory serves. It's been a while since I've played through it, but I can hear a song from Chrono Trigger and go, that song is from fucking Chrono Trigger. I know it. I'm not like, hey, this sounds like Final Fantasy IX, which I did with this game.
Oh shit! The guy who did the Final Fantasy soundtracks, they had come on and as a guest, did the main theme for Smash Brothers Brawl.
Ah, nice.
Smash Brothers Brawl probably had the best theme song of any of the Smash Brothers games. Wouldn't you agree, Pink?
I need to actually listen to it real quick because I don't remember which one specifically Brawl was. I think you're correct though.
And I will go ahead and say, no, Nobuo Uematsu, the guy behind the best Final Fantasy soundtracks, did not do any of the Mana games soundtracks.
Okay. So yeah.
So some other guy ripping off his style.
Not even ripping off his style. Ripping off movements from his music. Entire movements from his music. But yeah.
I'll show you a movement.
But yeah, aside from all of that, the game is fine-ish. Like, you know, they tried, but the game to me falls short in a couple of ways. Like, you know, if you're a fan of the original and you want to play the original but with better graphics, well, obviously you can't because this is an action game now. And if you want an action game, well, the characters only have a combo. So, you know, I hope you hate variety. Like, technically there's more than one combo, but it's all of the inputs are like square, 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 triangle. Square, square, triangle. Square, 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 triangle. Variety.
Yeah.
And like, there's no like interesting input methods or stuff like that. You know, like obviously, like games like this shouldn't be compared to DMC, but like they're trying to be DMC in a way. Like Final Fantasy VII remake really wanted to have air combat, even though it can't, and stuff like that. And so did this game actually.
Well, Final Fantasy VII is just following up on on Kingdom Hearts. To be fair,
I guess this game might be as well then, because this game had a similar control scheme to 7 remake, but like less refined somehow. Even though I don't think this game came out first. Like do you remember the game Shyness, the Lightning Kingdom that I talked about a while ago?
No.
All right, whatever. It's a French indie game that's basically just someone's attempt at making furry Final Fantasy VII. And
oh, great.
Yeah. So, Shyness's combat mechanic, because Shyness also tried to be, Devil May Cry while also trying to be Final Fantasy. And Shyness's combat mechanic feels a lot like this game. The difference is, Shyness is a Kickstarter project for a studio that has no name, made in France. and fucking Trials of Mana, the remake, is made by Square Enix. You know, there's a smidge of a difference between the two, like calibers when it comes to feel.
Yeah.
So yeah, aside from that, the writing was mostly fine. Hawkeye shut the fuck up after a while. Hawkeye being the rogue, who obviously had to be sleazy because he's a rogue.
Yeah.
Like, after a while, Hawkeye just kind of shut the fuck up, and it made the game improve immediately. Like, just not having him be sleazy made the game improve considerably. And aside from that, let's see. I mean, some of his writing aged. Some of like I went through with a team of him, this little girl who's called Charlotta. She's a healing mage, supposedly. I used her as a tank. It worked. Actually, she was our tank / healing mage, which really just meant that even if you somehow punched her in a way that hurt her, she just kind of left it off and then casted heal on herself. It was great, especially since she looks like she's 6. So, and she has this whole like, her whole thing is that she's trying to act mature, but is obviously a child. And she does like the baby speech and shit like that, and that all of that contrasting with the fact that she's my tank, and he's taking all of the damage without actually noticing it. Like it was a great juxtaposition. I really enjoyed that part. But yeah, like her writing wasn't the best, but I don't get the hate that she gets. Because like when I heard people talk about the remake, people usually hate her because once again she does the baby speech and all that, and like, yeah, that's her character. She's trying to be cutesy. Like, okay, cool. I guess it might be more of a problem if you don't use her in such a funny way as I did. Because like I could see that, but aside from that, whatever. And then my main guy, is the punch boy called Kevin, who turns out is also a werewolf. That worked out for me.
Oh boy.
Yeah. He's dumb. I was like, that's his character. He's stupid. Like either stupid or very socially awkward. Maybe both. But yeah, their writing improved with time, like as the game went on. Once again, Hawkeye shut the fuck up, and the other two were at least horrible to begin with. So their writing being as they were was fine. My main issue with the writing of the game is that because you can choose your characters at the start of the game, and because there are 6 of them, the story needs to be fucking malleable, like very malleable. Which means that everything is kind of just feels generic, because it's not like, while I was playing the game, I was like, okay, so in the script, this is where it says insert character dialogue here. You know?
Yeah.
And that's not great. I don't know if, like, I don't think they would have changed the writing too much, or at least if they have, then I would have heard about it, I think, considering how people still hate the 7 remake for being a sequel, which, I mean, you know, fair, it's called remake, but still.
Yeah.
But yeah, so going off of the assumption that they didn't change the script, man, this game is very mid. Like, writing Rise, at least. Like, it's alright. It's just a very generic fantasy, like, medieval fantasy story. Like, it's when I think of you know, just generic SNES RPG, this is the kind of story that I imagine. Like, the only difference is that instead of gathering 3 pieces of the MacGuffin, there's 8 pieces of the MacGuffin, actually.
That's so many pieces.
Because they need to gather all of the elements. You know, the elements: wind, wind, earth, fire, water, light, dark.
Wind again.
Wood.
Wood.
Yeah, that.
Like, I know you said wind twice on accident, but I'm amused by the idea of, like, it being a Chris Jericho armbar style joke. Wind, fire, earth, wind, water, wood, wind.
Talim gets chosen by Captain Planet.
5 talons.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's basically my opinion of the game. It was alright. I played through it. Some parts were enjoyable. A lot of it felt like it was dragging on, both because of the lack of variance in the combat mechanic, and because the writing was very fill in the blanks. Not even in the sense that, you know, it was generic, which, I mean, it was, but it like, within itself, I could see the fill in the blanks parts, and that's probably bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, then I played something that I'm gonna leave short because we're gonna discuss it again this week later. But I did play Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. It is a game. The part that I'll bring up here.
Oh, right, that's on PS Plus now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Shit, I need to get around to that. Damn it.
Yeah, I beat the story.
Oh, that's not happening. Fuck that. I'm gonna go into the lab. You know me. I don't give a shit.
I know, but you need to beat the story to unlock a character. I'm not even joking.
Oh, well, I'm not gonna unlock that character.
All right, I guess I'll play him when we do the video on it.
Yeah.
I have him already, so hey. But yeah, speaking of, like, even if you would have been open to playing the story, no, don't.
See, it's not that I'm emphatically opposed to fighting game stories. I'll play through your NetherRealms and your Street Fighters and so on. I don't give a shit about the Grand Blue story. And when I look at all those characters, I don't see a single character that I aesthetically give a shit about.
Yeah, I was
kind of like how
yeah.
you are with KI is how I am with Grand Blue, but I at least want to give it a try for the mechanics, right?
Yeah, I am that way with Grand Blue as well. You see, the reason that I have a main in Grand Blue is because I saw Lowain, and whenever I saw Lowain, he was apparently using his super, where he calls in his 2 identical twins, I guess, and they stand on each other's shoulders, and they make a mech like that. And I was like, I'm gonna play as the dumb fucking character that's actually 3 guys. And
to be honest, Addy, we might want to save the meat of this for FGA.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm cutting this short. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, so that is pretty much the only reason that I have a main in Grand Blue is because before I played Grand Blue, I was like, okay, so what's the dumbest character? This one. Okay, I'll give them a try, and it worked out in a way. So yeah, then this is not a video game, but I caught up on Digimon Ghost Game. I stopped watching it for a couple of months because I enjoyed watching it binging. Because usually, like I tried watching it weekly as it releases, but whenever I watched a part, I would be like, okay, on to the next one. Wait, there's no more next part. Shit, I have to wait a week, and the series is actually like genuinely good enough that like I want to watch multiple episodes like after each other. But that's the thing, like I didn't know if I returned to it because I was like, well, they'll have a lot of episodes. I don't know if I can actually catch up with it, and you know, like spend all of it watching the series, because you know maybe it's not worth the time that I put into it. And then I started watching it again, and the same thing happened as when I first watched it, which is that I watched like 3 episodes. And immediately I was like, I need to post on the forums that the Digimon Ghost game has no fucking right being as good as it is. Because it genuinely doesn't. Like, it's... You know, it's one of those things where, like, I don't know if I recommend it to other people, but, like, one of my favorite animes is Ghost Stories, which is a meme, I know. But the original Ghost Stories, which was a very good anthology series about Japanese folklore, which is why I enjoy it, and which is why I don't like the dub. But...
Yeah.
But like for years I was like, man, why is there no Ghost Stories like show anymore? Like, or at least that I know of. Like, why isn't there another anthology series that explains, like, you know, yokai and stuff like that? And Digimon Ghost game is just that. Only instead of the yokai actually existing, they're just Digimon. Which, considering all of the Digimon are yokai to begin, or based on yokai to begin with, works, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I've been enjoying it a lot. The funniest part, or one of the funniest parts, is that and I think I've brought this up before already, but they just drove it home recently in one of the newer episodes. That there's one of the characters is very or was introduced very like bloodthirsty. She was always like, I'm gonna kill this Digimon, I'm gonna kill that Digimon, or whatever the fuck. Out of the main trio, she is the only one who doesn't have a body count now. Which is funny.
Nice.
Yeah. I hope that they continue with this. Like, technically, you could argue that she has a body count now because the three of them had to work together to kill a guy. Mercy kill a guy, really. But, you know, I don't really count that because, for one, it was a mercy killing. There was no fight. But also, like, the other two have, like, multiple people that they've killed now. Or at least got very close in one instance. But they did it alone. And you know, like a lot of what I wanted to say about the show really is just echoing what I'm pretty sure I've said when I first started watching it, which is like, you know, Gabamon is written very good. Like, he's very believably written as like as a younger brother character to the protagonist kid and all that. And that's still true. And like, it's once again just to think of like the execution. Like, they're not doing anything. They're not doing anything that on paper sounds interesting, but the execution is so well done that it's a really good show, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah.
And then let's see. Well, actually, I'm gonna leave the longest one to the end, but Hell has frozen over. Helheim is on fire. You see. I think I'm broken. I restarted Assassin's Creed Valhalla
What's that?
I reinstalled Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I am playing it right now as we speak. I'm enjoying it.
What is wrong with you?
I'm enjoying a new trilogy Assassin's Creed game.
You know, I heard that it was better put together than Odyssey.
Well, I don't know, because the opinion that I hear a lot is, well, for one, I know that you like Valhalla or you like Odyssey, which, I mean, yeah, checks out. But also like usually when I hear is that Valhalla is very bloated and you know, like the combat mechanic is worse than Odyssey, all that. Odyssey was overall just better put together, according to people. And it's a thing of like, if you want an RPG, Odyssey might be better. Valhalla allows you to turn off the RPG parts, so it's inherently better in my eyes. Like, like it's a thing of like Soon argued with me this a while back, but like, you know, the fighting mechanic is worse, which is fair. It is. Like quantifiably, it is. The parkour mechanic is worse feeling, which it is. The parkour mechanic, like they tried to make the parkour mechanic more weighty, or rather they wanted to make it more realistic by making it more weighty without caring about the fact that the mechanic that they have implemented right now is inherently unrealistic and all that.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really work.
Yeah.
But despite all that, like, there's a lot of fan service to the old stuff, both in parts of its game design and all that, and a lot of it is half-assed. Like, I won't claim that it's you know, well put together or anything, but if I have to play any of the newer games that I think the fact that I'm playing it right now proves that like I out of the newer games, I'd rather play Valhalla because it has the most good in it to me. Like Origins was a good proof of concept for them trying to implement the RPG aspects into their open world game design. The problem with Origins, though, is that the progression was still very much based on doing all of the side content. And side content, like, this is something that I've said a lot, but side content should be side content. Like, if you want side content that is mandatory, put it into the main story, and then it's justified, you know.
Yeah.
But like, past that, there's like, that was a big issue for me with both Origins and Odyssey. That like it felt like it didn't respect your time, because side content wasn't side content; it was content we didn't want to put effort into. And the side content in this game isn't a whole lot more imaginative than Odyssey, but it is side content. I don't have to do it. Like, the only difference that doing flighting, for example, makes in the game is flighting is the only way to raise your charisma, and charisma opens up new dialogue options in story missions and stuff like that. So you're not really missing out on anything aside from like a scene if you don't do flighting. Like, it doesn't change the story all that much if you don't do it, because that's not how these games are written.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there is this bad thing about this game, and just in general, I think the new trilogy, which is that when I'm playing it, some of my immediate thoughts is not, you know, I'm enjoying this part or that part. It's, man, I remember doing this in Ghost of Tsushima and it being better.
Yeah.
Which I saw a criticism which Ghost of Tsushima that was just, Ghost of Tsushima is bad because Ghost of Tsushima is a polished Ubisoft game and not a Souls game, which that's two arguments separately. But like, you know, for the first part, like, yes, considering the fact that the Sucker Punch directors, when Valhalla was announced, in fact, the Ghost of Tsushima directors made a thing saying, "Man, we were so fucking relieved when they said they're not doing feudal Japan." I think that's a good giveaway that that AC was a big influence on them, you know. And as for the Souls thing, like, you know, that's an argument that we've had a lot of times. I think.
Yeah, and it gets a little bit into the doofy thing that the guys on the forum now are very fond of doing. Muda highlighting various comments he doesn't like, and then bring him on the forum, and they're like, "Let's all point and laugh at this guy." And it's like, is this really what we should be spending our time entertaining ourselves doing?
I mean, you know,
Pink's muted so that he can point and laugh at us right now.
Yeah.
I just came back to say, yes, I want to point and laugh at everybody. It's like my favorite pastime. Pointing and laughing.
You know, it's a thing of like, I agree with you. Oh, no, I agree with your point. At the same time, what the fuck else is there to do on the forums? Laugh, though? Sometimes.
Letting stupid Redditors and YouTube commenters continue being stupid and not letting them bother me has generally been a goal of the last couple weeks of my life.
No, but
I'm not going to fix them, and I know, and I don't want to enter the TED mentality of, I know I won't fix them, but I'm going to harangue them anyways because it amuses me and makes me feel good.
No, but you see, if you don't spend every waking moment of your life shit talking Osvaldo, then you're on his side.
Yeah. And Mike's never watched a single Otstarva video. He doesn't know what positions Otstarva stands for. He's just sick of seeing him mentioned.
Yeah.
That's the thing that cracks me up.
One of these days I should really like I probably won't because I think it would offend Mike dearly. But one of these days I should really when he like brings up Breaking Bad or fucking or Game of Thrones, just be like, Mike, this is my Otstarva. Like I genuinely don't know if they, like I imagine those shows are good because, you know, a lot of people like them. I don't care. But like I'm also
I worry that this is just a thing that gets older with how him and Ted Muda can be this way. But it's just a thing of, I don't know who you are, but I've seen you mentioned by strangers at least 10 times. So you have now passed the point where I would enjoy watching you get vivisected in front of your own family. And it's like, oh, is this just what happens when you get old?
I guess. But yeah. What was I going to say about AC Valhalla? The new game that they're gonna be teasing in like a couple of hours when we're recording this, Mirage. Considering it was supposed to be a DLC for this game, I don't have my hopes up a whole lot. But
yeah.
Aren't they going in an entirely different location?
Yeah. Oh, they're going to Baghdad, I think.
It's supposed to be DLC?
Yeah.
Oh, brother, Pink.
Pink, Assassin's Creed Unity. Assassin's Creed Unity had a completely different map with its DLC in Saint Denis.
This is a recurring thing for Assassin's Creed of the DLC needs to be somewhere entirely different with an entirely different set of mechanics, an entirely different look for the protagonist. And several times now, these DLCs have spiraled out of control, and it's been like, okay, guess we're just making a separate game now.
Yeah.
Like, the best Assassin's Creed was meant to just be a DLC for 2.
Yeah, I knew that.
And Revelations was meant to be a DS game.
I'm not surprised by that.
It does seem like a DS game, though, doesn't it? It seems like it should have just been a spin-off. Oh, boy.
Yeah. So you know, it's one of those things where like Ubisoft has time and time again, as we've said, proven that when projects spiral out of control is when they actually somehow end up being good. So on one hand, I want to look forward to Mirage because I want to play an Assassin's Creed that I like in this lifetime but at the same time, it's built off of this game, and it's it's still Ubisoft. So even if it does good, and even if it is a good game and it does good, I don't expect a whole lot.
Well, what you need to wait for, Addy, is since Assassin's Creed just rips off whatever's popular at the moment, that seems to be their trend now. You need to wait for Ghost of Tsushima 2 to crush it in sales because the Ghost of Tsushima 1 was so beloved. And then, Eves or whoever is going to be like, we need to rip off Ghost of Tsushima.
Sir, is that not just ripping ripping off ourselves from 10 years ago? No, because it's in Japan.
Shut up and get back in the cubicle, slave. Get out the whips.
During this conversation, Eve's dick is out just for no reason.
He's rubbing it on the guy's face while he's talking to him.
Yeah.
Or he's rubbing it around in the guy's coffee mug. He's teabagging the coffee mug, Randy Orton style.
Yeah. But yeah. Also, there's been rumors that they're remaking Assassin's Creed 1 or remastering it. Remake it. Hope, please, for the love of God, putting like game design that isn't just the same 3 missions. What am I saying? That's their game design now.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Never mind, just remaster
now
Assassin's
is not
Creed.
the time.
Just remaster Assassin's Creed 1. It's fine. It fits in with the current trend.
I mean, that was a thought that had crossed my mind before of like, man, it'd be a cool place to set an Assassin's Creed game. Play as a Muslim warrior during the Crusades. Oh, shit. They already did that, and it sucked.
I still think Mike should try out Assassin's Creed 1 because the way he talked about what he wanted out of Assassin's Creed, it's just 1. He wants Assassin's Creed 1.
Yeah.
Like, especially now that he knows it's a sci-fi, he might even like it.
No. God, no. I go into every Assassin's Creed game knowing there's sci-fi bullshit, and still every time they start going, time to go back to modern day. Oh, I gotta pinch my nostrils so the stench does not enter.
I'm not talking about the modern day. I'm talking about the theatrics contained within. Because like that seemed like more of his problem. Because I won't defend the modern day. It has never been good, like well written or anything of the sort. But whenever Mike talks about what he disliked about the game, he's just like the Animus walls, and that's it. That's his argument. The Animus walls.
I think his issue is the Animus walls. When you're in the historical setting, the Animus walls exist to remind you that you're playing a stupid sci-fi thing. And we don't want to play stupid sci-fi thing. We want to get lost in the historical setting.
I guess. I don't know. Like most actual sci-fi, I don't like.
Ow!
I'm fine with this. Like it's.
This isn't real sci-fi. This is bullshit. I'm gonna take a dump and fucking put a spaceman helmet on it. No, that's sci-fi. But anyway, man, fuck that element of that series. Anyways, did you play anything else?
Let's see. Oh no, but I did do something that's come up in discussion recently. I finally actually remembered and listened to Dancing Mad, and I can now form an opinion on
yes.
it. So
yes,
I listened to it in 2 ways. For one, as a separate thing on its own, and for 2, since it usually comes up when I bring up One Winged Angel, in contrast to One Winged Angel.
Okay, here's the question though: are you listening to the original versions of Dancing Mad and One Winged Angel, or because with One Winged Angel, you not only get the original, there's also the Advent Children version, which is quite a bit different. Dancing Mad,
I listened to all of them. Oh no, not all of them, but I listened to the original for both, as well as an orchestral version for both, and also the Advent Children version of One Winged Angel.
Okay.
So I gave both of them the fairest of chances as I could. But speaking of giving them both the fairest of chances, Dancing Mad, both of those songs are structured very differently musically. Dancing Mad is an entire orchestral piece with 4 different movements. One Wing and Angel is
for a 4-stage boss fight.
Yeah, One Wing and Angel is the theme for one stages of a 4-stage boss fight, which means that if you want to actually compare them, you either need to take all of the different movements of Dancing Mad separately, or alternatively, you need to do what I did and listen to all four of the boss themes that happen in the Final Fantasy VII final boss, and take them as one complete piece with four separate different movements.
I'd say there's a couple different things going on there. First, people don't usually want to count Genova as the main villain of Final Fantasy VII. They want the main villain to be Sephiroth, right?
But Genova is Sephiroth at that point. The fuck?
And on top of that, correct me if I'm wrong, the final stage of the Sephiroth fight, when it's just shirtless Cloud versus shirtless Sephiroth, there's no music at all, right?
There is.
There is?
There is.
Well, it can't be that long because Cloud just kills Sephiroth in a single move.
I don't know if it's long, but yeah, music does exist. So yeah.
You know the funny thing that just occurred to me?
Yeah.
We were talking about some songs that now Pink may know, because now they actually were allowed to put these in Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
With Sephiroth.
That is true.
Speaking of which, I don't think it ever occurred to me to ask, Pink, how did you feel about Sephiroth in Smash?
Oh, I loved him. He's actually one of my favorites.
Huh, alright. But anyways, back to it. Yeah, how do you feel about Dancing Mad, Addy?
Okay, so on its own, Dancing Mad, the original version of Dancing Mad, I like the first movement and the fourth movement, although I feel like the fourth movement has parts that drag it down. The second and third movements are bore. So overall, the song is fine. Like, it's definitely one of the better chiptune songs that I've heard. As in, like, it's probably the best. Or, so somewhere up there. But looking at it as a composition on its own, the second and third movements don't feel like they fulfill the purpose of what they're meant to do to me completely. Although obviously I am missing context because I didn't play through Final Fantasy VI.
Yeah, I'll say that for my part, when I listened to Dancing Mad the first couple times, I wasn't too big on the first whole 3 movements, but the fourth one was of course incredible. But every time I listen to Dancing Mad, I like the first 3 movements more. So maybe it's one of those things of it just ages better in the mind,
Maybe. I know that my favorite movement was the first one, actually. Because, like, the fourth movement...
Really?
Yeah. Because when I think of a final boss that turns into God, I think of music that's, like, bombastic and, fucking... What other words are there that are, like... Basically, big music. Very, very, very large music with lots of moving parts and shit. And the first movement to me is what encapsulates it the most, because the fourth movement, while it has those parts too, it switches between those and this like slightly melancholic, slower part that I think that doesn't work for me.
Well,
yeah.
The 4 stages are Inferno, Purgatory, Paradiso, or Heaven, whatever, Kafka, right?
Yeah.
So that 4th stage is supposed to switch wildly between melancholy and madness, because that's Kafka.
I mean, that's
his entire character.
That's fine, but then the madness part is not mad enough. Like the first part to me is a lot more what's the word? Like it's a lot less static. Like the energetic parts of the fourth movement are not nearly as energetic as the entirety of the first movement to me. So like if they wanted it to be a wild switching between melancholy and madness, then I feel like it should have had more oomph to it.
I disagree, but this is kind of one of those subjective things. It also comes down to, I've also listened to the orchestral version a lot. And the orchestral version goes a lot more nuts on the fucking organ and the guitar in that part, which can make it feel a lot more manic than the original did.
Yeah, I'm talking about the original. The orchestral song flows a lot better. Every part of it flows into each other a lot better. Even the second and the third movement I liked in the orchestral version. So,
yeah,
it's a thing of like I guess one of the parts that made me dislike or makes me dislike the original's second and third movements is that like they obviously feel like a big switch, which is thematic. Because that's how the game's mechanics work, and that's how I'm assuming the story works it into itself. But at the same time, like it feels like they're standalone things. They don't really stand up as separate boss themes. Like if I cut all of the movements into separate songs, they don't. The second and third original versions don't really feel like they would work a lot as boss themes, or as like the main.
No,
main
that's because they aren't.
Yeah. And yeah, that's it. But the orchestral version,
I will say it's a little bit unfair to compare the original versions, just because the PS1 has a more advanced sound system than the Super Nintendo. Because just as soon as you hear like that, blaring drum that starts off One Winged Angel, that is a sound that the Super Nintendo could not have emulated in any way.
yeah, but I don't know, because the synths and stuff like that on the that they used in Final Fantasy VII aren't that much better than the SNES. Like, there's a couple of songs that I like in Final Fantasy VII, and they use the synths good and stuff like that. But like the synth, I can point this out specifically. The synth in the first movement of Dancing Mad is pretty much the same sound as the synths that I can think of in Final Fantasy VII, the entire soundtrack. So, as in, like, they seem to be the same sound font. So, it's a thing of like, I get your argument. At the same time, that I feel like they share in a lot of their DNA, even aside just from the same guy composing both, enough for it to be somewhat fair.
Yeah.
Then what was I going to say? Oh yeah, the orchestral soundtrack just adds a lot of oomph to all of the parts that I felt were lacking. As you said, the switching between the melancholic and the manic parts of the Kefka part, the fourth movement, is a lot better stated in the orchestral version rather than the original.
Yeah.
And yeah, good song. Final Fantasy VII Sting.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy VII Sting. Or I don't know what to call it, because there's no one unified name for that piece. It's just these 4 songs that play after each other in the final boss rush. So I'll just call it Sephiroth's theme, because that's what it amounts to, really. But for Sephiroth's theme consists, at least according to me. I need to open the thing up. Shit. Give me a sec, because I need to look at the titles, so you know which songs I'm talking about specifically, which songs I counted.
Yeah.
All right, 1 sec. And here now. Guess I'll try an alternative method to see if that loads up faster. While I'm waiting for the first one to load. Like, all I need to do is just open up my YouTube recently watched thing, and that's taking this long. Bloody hell. Alright. I have it up. So, the things that I consider parts of the final piece that is Sephiroth's theme, I guess, in Final Fantasy VII, are Genova Absolute, the Birth of a God, One Winged Angel, and Chosen by the Planet. Chosen by the Planet. That's the title. So yeah. Or those Chosen by the Planet, actually. But yeah, those are the songs that I counted as making up the Sephiroth's team in the end, because they're literally the four final boss songs. And overall, as an entire like orchestral or whatever, not orchestral, but an entire like piece, a musical piece, Dancing Mad is better because Sephiroth's team has one standout part and three parts that are kind of just like there for the most part. Like One Winged Angel, One Winged Angel is the third movement of a piece, where the other three are kind of slacking. So let's go in order. Genova Absolute is just your generic Final Fantasy boss theme. Like it's what I imagine when I think of generic Final Fantasy boss theme. It's just there. It does things. It does music things, but there's nothing really like noteworthy about it, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The Bird of a God is a very funny song because they like you think that you're getting a boss song, but it's actually Sephiroth's 80s workout video and its backing track. That's what it sounds like. Genuinely, that's what it sounds like to me. It's like it's someone's jazzercise tapes background music.
Yeah, as you do.
Yeah. When we get like, especially the original version, by the way, like the original version is just oozing that 80s jazzercise energy. Yeah. And then One Winged Angel, obviously really good. Like the best part of the entire piece. And Those Chosen by the Planet, it's very like thematic and shit like that, but it falls flat as a piece of music. Like, it's not used for long, and it's a very understated piece for a reason. Because like the whole reason or the whole point of the song is to try and convey that Sephiroth is playing mind games with Cloud and shit like that, and it does that fine enough. But it's also like following One Winged Angel, it's kind of just there too. Like it alludes to parts of One Winged Angel, and that's basically the high point of the piece to me, or whatever, the movement. Because like that and like I guess the aura of dangerousness that it can give, but it's not like it's not really stand out otherwise. So once again, going on a piece by piece basis of this is one long 4-movement orchestral piece that is Dancing Mad, and the other one is the one long 4-movement orchestral piece that is Sephiroth's theme. Dancing Mad is better because it is a more cohesive overall better thing, even when we consider the originals, because in the originals half of Dancing Mad is good in my opinion, and even in the originals like the orchestral thing didn't really change my opinion on the other 3 movements of Sephiroth's theme. So that's 1/4 of a piece that's good.
Yeah.
And then if we try to compare the two by comparing every single movement of Dancing Mad to Sephiroth's theme, then I'd go with One Winged Angel personally, just because Dancing Mad works better as a unit, and its singular movements are never as bombastic or whatever. Like they don't convey the sort of feeling that One Winged Angel does. But at the same time, One Winged Angel also has like 2 movements in it on itself, even though it's like 3 minutes long. So it has that over the single movements of Dancing Mad, And now here's something that you might not expect, because I was surprised by this. But the Final Fantasy VII remake tried to make One Winged Angel into its own Dancing Mad by making it 10 minutes long.
Of course.
Here's the problem. One Winged Angel has, like, Dancing Mad has 4 very well pronounced movements. One Winged Angel has 2, maybe 3 low, like very hard to identify movements. Like there's some like there's some parts where they switch off the instrumentals and stuff like that, but they mostly build on the same first movement for the entirety of the song. And the 10-minute version of One Winged Angel that's in the remake doesn't fucking add movements for some reason. So it's just 10 minutes of the same 3 movements going back and forth. and like, you know, that works for a 3-minute song because that makes for an interesting 3-minute song. It doesn't work for a 10-minute song because that's not how composition works. At least as far as I can tell. Like, I don't listen to a lot of classical music, but, you know, like, I listen to some. And I've listened to people explain why classical music works when it does. So, you know, I have some idea of what I'm talking about. Not a whole lot.
They're
but
all wrong.
What were you going to say, W?
Everybody speak at the same time.
All right. But yeah, what were you going to say, W?
I was just saying I don't. I have no knowledge of music theory whatsoever.
I'd say that I don't have an idea about music theory, but then it's a thing of like, I probably technically do. I just don't know how to put it into words because I watch a lot of musical content. So, yeah, I would pick up on stuff eventually, you know?
Yeah.
Just not good enough to actually, like, vocalize it or utilize it very well. But yeah, so all of that stuff. Then, I also drew. And let's see. For one, I did this. I don't know where to put it. I'll just put it into fucking text in the recording thing, I guess. But yeah. So I did this.
He's evolved.
Yeah.
Image loading. Come on, internet. Come on.
You can do it. We believe in you.
You cannot see the funny frog. The internet has chosen no.
Now, okay, finally.
All right.
You need to put a second blunt on the other side of his mouth. That way it's 2 One Piece references in one art piece.
Oh, it wasn't supposed, like, all of that wasn't supposed to be a One Piece reference. I drew the pose and I was like, wait, the fuck Zoro.
Well, yeah, Zoro, and you're very close to having Smoker as well. Want to guess what Smoker does?
He eats lollipops.
You're goddamn right he does.
I love the One Piece dub, the 4Kids dub.
Well, the you know what the great thing is?
What?
In the original, you know, over in Japan, Smoker is constantly smoking. And he's smoking 2 cigars at the same time at all times, one on either side of his mouth. But when they brought it over to the States, they said, well, obviously he can't smoke. So in addition to the lollipop thing you said, they didn't want to reanimate the fact that he's constantly got smoke coming out of his mouth from smoking. So they changed it instead that because he's got smoke powers, there is just always smoke coming out of his mouth. And that's honestly way cooler than him just smoking cigars.
Yeah.
Like, it's cool to see characters with superpowers, but their superpowers are leaking, you know?
Yeah. You know,
it's
I
like
saw...
when Superman
Yeah.
It's like when Superman gets angry and his eyes turn red. You're like, oh, shit, right?
Yeah. You know, the problem with One Piece is that I've recently seen a thing that they released where you could read all of One Piece in one volume, but it's not the complete series.
No.
Like there's two things keeping me from giving One Piece a try. One of those is the whole pirate aesthetic. Well, no, there's three things keeping me from giving One Piece a try. One of them is the pirate aesthetic. The second one is I forget his name, but the mangaka's art style, and then the third one is the length. Cause fuck, dude. There's a reason I don't watch Detective Conan anymore.
There comes a point where doing a wiki crawl becomes the optimal way to observe a series.
Yeah. But yeah, so I made that, and then as I said, I am working on those videos to where I talk about fighting game stuff and all that. So I made that
Excellent.
I made the thumbnail base for that. This is one of those funny poses where I made this and I'm like, that's a Jesus pose.
What you should do, have like the Akuma symbol behind you, but instead of it being the kanji for destruction, it's the kanji for confusion.
I mean, the background is 10. Like it's a stylized 10. it is the colors. Like I wanted the background to be something other than just a white screen, because this whole thing is gonna be filled and probably not visible at all. But I wanted there to be some color, so if there some parts of it do leak through, then you can see that there was effort made into the background, at least somewhat. And I made the background be 10 because Akuma. But
yeah.
It did actually give this funny, like, or not funny, but this actually like nice looking like, I don't know, the cloudy background.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look up if Confusion has a single kanji writing or a multi kanji writing, because like if it's a single one, then I can put it in, like I can redo the question marks and just put it in a couple of times on my head. Because yeah, the title for that video, if it comes out, when it comes out, would be something like, well, what are motion inputs in fighting games, or something like that, in all caps. Just, I am the dumb. Help. Nah, like it won't be in all
Help
caps.
me, not dumb.
Yeah. The problem with this series that I'm trying to embark on is that, once again, as I've said, there's only so many things that I can actually feasibly cover with my amount of knowledge about fighting games, and even disregarding that, I will run out of fighting game stuff to cover eventually, and I can't talk about general game design stuff because I don't fucking know how you do general game design stuff. Like, if
you just gotta stick your
yeah,
just gotta stick your foot in the door. I don't know.
Just release a video with this, where I'm like, how do you do game design, and then just make the video be a YouTube URL to Sakurai's YouTube channel.
Those videos are great, man. Sakurai's pretty good at this.
Yeah, I've always loved Mashed Potato Samurai. My favorite Smash character.
The mashed potatoes. He is the mashed potato master.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, I like this transformation that Sakurai has went under since he's been on Harada's bar, where he went on Harada's bar to like shoot the shit pretty much with Harada, and Harada was like, you don't appreciate how funny you are. Like, everyone thinks you're like a sour guy. The people who haven't met you. People online tend to think that you're like a sour guy or something, or you just don't want to do stuff. But you're actually really funny, and you don't give yourself enough credit. And Sakurai just went, I'll consider this. Like, I'm not even joking. I remember him actually saying to Harada, I will consider this.
I want, like, Harada to have a successful YouTube channel and Sakurai to have a successful YouTube channel. And then Ono tries and just face plants.
Ono has successful YouTube presence by virtue of sending Harada mail. I'm not even
What if Ono starts a YouTube channel, but every single video is just him walking around in the big stupid Blanca suit in his room full of Blanca merchandise, repeating to himself, Blanca, 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 for an entire minute, and he just uploads that video once a week.
Yeah, and on the 100th episode, it zooms out of his window, and his house is Blanca.
Yeah! The 200th episode, he unzips the suit, and underneath it's never been Ono.
It's Blanca.
It's Blanca.
But
oh no, I've lost my Blanca.
Yeah.
I found my Blanca deep inside.
But I'm not even joking, by the way, about Ono having any online presence by virtue of sending Harada mail. He sent Harada official mail about how he's changing the company he's working on, his name, because they got bought out by Sony. And Harada was like, sure, cool. And then that's it. Like they put it on screen just because he sent him actual physical mail, and I guess wanted to show off how weird it looks. Or something, I don't know.
Mail.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's because he came up as like a guest idea or something like that. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. What else happened? I mean, there was some personal stuff, but I can just skip that. So yeah. Like this video will be long enough.
Yeah, we haven't even got to wrestling yet. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oof.
So yeah, W, your week.
So, alright, let's see. I watched a couple things. I watched Season 2 of Mandalorian. It's good. I don't want to spoil too much, but some characters come back that are pretty fun. A character that you thought was kind of a one-off gag from Season 1 comes back, and they actually give him a lot more depth. It's really cool.
Man, I'm glad they reintroduced Jar Jar.
There's a scene...
Ah, boy, Jar Jar.
Believe it or not, there is a Gungan reference involved in there.
Ooh, boy.
There is a scene that is more or less entirely... There's a scene that is more or less entirely the Django Unchained scene of... You know what? Neither of you have watched Django Unchained, so you actually wouldn't get the reference. Shit. Well, anyways, there's an episode where the villain of the episode goes down the same way the villain of Django Unchained does. And it's a pleasant surprise, and it's a very cool moment. But... yeah, Mandalorian Season 2, real good. I guess that means I have to start on Boba Fett now. I hear that's kind of rough, but we will soldier through.
Yeah.
She-Hulk. So, a couple weeks ago, I saw episode 1 of She-Hulk. I didn't talk about it too much because, one, it was bad. Secondly, there is an inevitable moment that comes up in the episode that is a political landmine that I will not fucking touch with a 30-inch stick. So, with that said...
a 31-inch stick.
Well, then I might be out of the blast radius, so I might touch it then. But
alright, fair enough.
Because the guys on the forum said that episode 3 was actually pretty good, we decided to go in and watch episodes 2 and 3, and yeah, the show's a lot better once Bruce goes away. And I know Pink's glad to hear that.
I'm not surprised.
God damn it, dude. Like, you think you're fucking with Ted there. You're not. You're fucking with Soon. And Soon's gonna unload on you one day. You don't know what you are, like, the bear that you are poking here, man.
I don't fear any Hulk fans. They're nerds.
Isn't W a Hulk fan?
No!
He's a nerd.
I thought you liked Hulk.
I'm fine with Hulk, but I don't really like him, honestly. But
okay,
you know what?
For the longest time, I thought you were a Hulk fan, so I didn't say how I think he sucks in most of the ways that I've seen him, at least.
No, Hulk's one of the primary licensed characters Marvel has that I don't really give a shit about. Yeah, but here's the thing, right? This is gonna be oddly specific. I'm ambivalent about Hulk ordinarily, but my approval of Hulk goes up massively when he does the car boxing gloves. That's such a little thing, but like when Hulk is just angry, I punch. It's like boring, Snoresville. But when you get that ultimate destruction thing of Hulk is running up the side of a skyscraper and doing a fucking elbow drop, he's tearing a car in half and making boxing gloves. He has turned the cannon of a tank into pretty well a warhammer. When Hulk goes full bore into the creativeness, when Hulk actually fights innovatively and creatively, that's when I think Hulk can actually be a really fun character to see. Other than that, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, he kind of. I don't go near as hard on Hulk as Pink does, but Pink's not entirely wrong that a lot of Bruce's character boils down to like him just continually being like, "Oh, I'm angry and insecure." Mm-hmm. It's like, yeah, Spider-Man was angry and insecure for a little bit. He got over it. Now, unfortunately, the modern writer is obsessed with making him angry and insecure again, but that's comics for you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Blurg. But yet, it gets to be a lot more fun. They're taking more of a comedic focus. Abomination comes in, and Wong comes in, and of course, Wong is amazing. Everybody knows that. Like, my God, anything involving Doctor Strange at this point, you know that bit from The Simpsons, right? Of when they see the cute little lamb, and it's like, oh my God!
Yeah.
And then the regular full-grown goat walks in, or sheep walks in front, and Homer slaps the sheep out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
It's starting to get to that point where Wong is the cute little lamb and Doctor Strange is the sheep, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But Abomination coming back has actually been a lot of fun because Tim Roth is a good actor. So the fact that he got misused on one of the worst MCU movies was kind of a tragedy. So it's fun to see him come back. And they're letting him have a lot of fun with old Emil Blonsky.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen episode 3 of She-Hulk, Pink?
Yes. I've seen episode 1 and 3 and not seen 2 and 4.
2 is not super important. It's mostly her losing her job at her previous law firm and then getting hired in the superhero law.
Aha.
But yeah, I love
when is she going to Harvard Law?
Harvard Law, yeah. Emil, I loved it with Emil. They're making it where he's kind of skeezy. So you kind of you're kind of thinking has he really redeemed himself? But then outside of the weird skeeviness of like his faux spirituality and his 7 wives, he, other than that, does seem to have genuinely redeemed himself. So you're kind of stuck there struggling in the same way that She-Hulk is of like, well, it seems like he doesn't deserve a second chance, but God, he's skeevy, you know? Mm-hmm. And I gotta say, like, Tim Roth getting to have fun with Emil there, and the fact that supposedly they're talking about Thunderbolts with Florence Pugh as Yelena, Tim Roth coming back as Emil, and fucking, like, how am I forgetting his name? Baron, help me.
I don't remember the actor's name.
No, I'm not trying to remember the actor's name.
Nemo.
I'm trying to remember the character's. Zemo. Yes, Zemo, not Nemo.
Not Nemo. Wrong Disney franchise.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm gonna be honest. I thought you were talking about Namor for a second.
Yeah. Zemo, Nemo, Namor.
Best team.
Mordo. Okay, so yeah, Yelena, Abomination, and Zemo seems like it could actually be a lot of fun. Right?
Absolutely.
Especially if Emil, now in his new role of being spiritual, is just like the complete opposite of what you'd expect the Hulk's role on the team to be. Where instead of being the angry loose cannon, he's the one that's like, the other team members start getting into fights, and Emil is just there like, I don't understand why we can't just chill, guys. Let's meditate on this. And of course, Florence Pugh as Yelena is just... Well, the thing is, that's all three wonderfully cast villains where those act... Well, Yelena's not really a villain. Emil doesn't seem to be anymore either. But those are three wonderful castings of, like, those are all three specifically performances that I would consider some of my favorite in the MCU. Maybe a little too early to speak on Tim Roth as Emil. But, like, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really excited for that. And also, I watched Thor: Love and Thunder. So I'm going to try.
Does he love Thunder?
I'm going to try to avoid spoiling anything. So, the thing I should say, Taika's comedy is still his weak point.
Oh no, spoilers!
So, it's the incredible thing, because Taika, for all intents and purposes, is a comedy director, right?
Right.
So why is this comedy the shittiest part of his movies?
That's a good question.
Because I will tell you, the comedy is front-loaded in Love and Thunder. The front third, where he's dicking around with the Guardians of the Galaxy, is where most of the comedy is, and it's mostly very lame comedy. A lot of people complained about the Guardians leaving way too early in the movie. I was kind of sitting there like, oh boy, I'm glad we got this over with. Once the humor leaves, it's a lot better. And I know Ted would violently disagree with me on this and say that I should never be allowed to speak again. But Taika, I think, is a very competent director of both action and drama. So once the comedy leaves, the rest of the movie I actually really liked. I thought it was pretty good.
Oh, very nice.
Now, I only saw it a couple days ago, so I'm still in the honeymoon period, by all means.
Sure.
But I really have to give a shout out to, well, for one thing, any of the segments with Thor and Jane are all done really well. The entire stretch with Zeus is a lot of fun. Russell Crowe as Zeus is great. But more importantly, Christian Bale as Gore, fantastic. Gore is definitely one of the better villains the MCU has ever had. He doesn't even get that much screen time, but all of it is good. And Christian Bale puts in one of the best performances in the MCU.
Nice.
Like, it's funny to go from, like, the previous superhero thing Christian Bale did, where I thought Christian Bale was far and away the worst part of the Dark Knight trilogy.
Yeah.
Just a nothing performance. And with Gore, they gave him a lot to work with, and he said, fucking thank you, finally something to dig my teeth into. And boy, does Gore have some nasty teeth. I thought the ending was a lot of fun. There were some good fight scenes. There's definitely some questionable bits of logic. And I know that the questionable bits of the logic are the parts that Ted would highlight and say, whole movie shit, burn it all. But I guess I'm just more willing to deal with them right now while I'm in the honeymoon period. But it's definitely a very fun movie, at the very least.
Yeah.
Either which way, okay, wrestling.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. So, we got the WWE side. Mostly the good times are rolling.
Yeah.
Hunter is collecting the fuck out of those Pokemon. My God, every week it's like, Hunter, you could have spaced these out. You know, don't. It's getting a little bit hot shotty, right? I would have waited another month for Braun, honestly. Braun is such a big one. I would have waited a month for him.
Yeah.
I don't know if Braun's like stature should really have an impact on when he re-debuts again.
To be fair,
you raise a valid point. That is kind of sizest of us, so yeah.
Well, here's the thing though. There are so few big guys nowadays that actually, yes, Braun's size is a considerable factor. But either which way, yeah. Mostly good times there. AEW. Whoo! Whoo!
AEW falling apart.
Either it's a shoot, in which case, oh boy.
The funniest part of
Or it's a
AEW,
work.
the funniest part of AEW is that it's the most like this is the most clear feeling of Schadenfreude I've had in a long while. Where like I am like I don't want everyone else to fucking suffer and be out of a job and shit like that. But fuck if I'm not glad that Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks are going down.
See, if it's a work, I'm gonna be really disappointed because I wanted Ace Steel to eat Kenny.
Yeah.
Like, I'm hoping if Ace Steel and Kenny Omega come back from their suspensions, there's going to be one day where Kenny Omega is just sitting there, playing his porn games on his, Vita or whatever, and he doesn't notice, but Ace Steel is just seasoning him behind him, right?
Yeah.
Either which way. Yeah, I gotta ask, Pink, have you watched any of the recent AEW shows?
No,
I haven't either. Which calls, if this is a work, it calls into question the effectiveness of it.
That is true, yeah.
This becomes the problem with new kayfabe of,
we're reading dirt sheets rather than actually watching the show.
Yeah, like, I don't care what goes on AEW television. I don't need to tune in and see fucking useless Sammy Guevara and Tay Conti fucking cripple poor Ruby Riott. Oh my god, did you see that shit?
Yep.
I didn't.
That was uncomfortable to watch.
That was the dumbest spot I've seen in a long time. There's apparently a mixed gender tag championship down in AAA, and AEW keeps doing crossovers with AAA. So they had it be Sammy Guevara and Tay Conti, and Addy, you may have heard of Sammy Guevara as the guy who famously went on a podcast and says that if he ever went to WWE, he would love to rape Sasha Banks. So we're talking a man of high quality here.
Yeah.
But him and his dipshit girlfriend with a gigantic ass are the mixed tag championships, and old Ruby Riott.
They are the championships? Wow.
What?
You said they're the mixed tag championships. You said that they're the championships. They're the mixed tag championships.
I'd like to see some guy break Sammy in half and bend him around his waist. Either which way. So yeah, they had that match against Ruby Riott and some guy named Ortiz. I don't know who that is, but I don't know half the goddamn AEW roster. And they had a spot where Sammy put the inverted Alabama slam that Drew McIntyre and Cody Rhodes will sometimes do?
Oh, the one that turns into a flapjack or the other one?
Well, it's like, the old Hardcore Holly Alabama slam, right? You put the head between their legs and you lift up and you kind of pull on their legs to pendulum slam them down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Alabama slam, but with their face and stomach slamming into the mat instead.
Okay, so yeah, it is the slapjack one that I was thinking of. Yeah.
All right.
So Sammy lifted Ruby on his shoulders like that, with her hanging upside down, and the spot was that Tay would then run up and do a drop kick to Ruby's head, sending her flying off of Sammy's shoulders. Which inevitably begs the question of, well, hey, isn't Ruby just hanging upside down with pretty well no support? So if Sammy lets her go, she's just going to fall on her head?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's exactly what happened.
Ah. Wow.
Credit where credit's due. Ruby tried to protect herself, but unfortunately, that's also a move where you're hanging pretty low to the ground. But you don't get much airtime to recover there.
Yeah.
Ruby tried to defend herself. Unfortunately for her, she's in AEW.
Yeah. So not only did she fall on her head and clearly kind of crunch her neck backwards, but in her attempt to recover in midair, she also landed on her face. And God bless Ruby, she's got a nose that enters the room long before she does, and that thing is almost certainly broken as hell. Because she landed square on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if nothing else, she can take up Wade Barrett's bar fighter gimmick.
Just let her kill Sammy, please.
Yeah, and then have it at least in kayfabe be a shoot kill.
Yeah.
just write him off of the show and then fire him after Ruby's not stabbing him with a gig knife.
Well, I was thinking like she takes out a gun filled with blanks and they cover Sammy in the little exploding blood packets.
I mean, yeah, that could work, but blanks from a short distance are still fatal, so that could actually kill him. Still.
Well, not unless you pull a Brandon Lee style fuck up. They aren't.
Yeah.
Or in this case, an Alec Baldwin style fuck up.
Yeah.
Anyways,
we all know that was intentional.
Yeah, he hated that camera woman.
Absolutely, it's Alec Baldwin we're talking about here. What a menace to society.
Yep. Anyway, him and his definitely Mexican wife. Anyway, that'll always be my favorite one to bring up. How fucking just mindless fucking bourgeoisie arts we are liberal can you be than faking being not white, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, and of course, there's the whole thing of, is it a shoot? Is it a work? And I'm not making any judgments unless more evidence comes out, but I definitely want it to be a shoot.
Oh, yeah. That'd be funny.
The funny thing is, like, seeing the fan base try and twist themselves into knots to try and make Punk the bad guy here.
Yeah,
right?
I was going to bring it up. Like our friend Caveman even fell something like he fell under the troll of that or whatever the fuck, I guess. Where like I saw him recently post like, regardless of what you think about Kenny Omega, punks were just really offensive against retail workers, saying that the Young Bucks and Omega couldn't run a 7-Eleven. Like, okay,
it's true though.
I mean, yeah, like they said that or they he said, if memory serves, that like the running a retail store takes a lot of work, and it does. I know this because Pink's in this call, but
hell yeah.
But like also, I imagine contracting random ass workers to come and do acting gigs for you is also fairly hard. Maybe even harder than having a roster of people that just come into work every week. In theory.
Yeah. And Kenny's idea of management is to say, I wouldn't hire 8 and 10 of you.
Yeah.
You know what that means, Kenny? 8 and 10 of you don't do enough flips.
Yeah. I won't like the guy. I won't like the guy. I don't like Kenny Omega walks into the room and he just goes, I don't like the guy. I don't like the people who are in the guy who threatened rape, or the guy.
Yeah. Well, don't forget Kenny Omega's butt buddy is Don Callis or Joey Ryan.
Yeah,
both of whom are also accused.
I was going to bring up Joey Ryan. That's the other one. Like, the reason Joey Ryan doesn't have a job with AEW is because the allegations came out first.
Supposedly Kenny and the Bucks still wanted to get him in, but Cody was like, "Are you fucking crazy?"
And then Cody found out, yes.
It's no coincidence that as soon as Cody leaves, though, AEW starts falling apart.
No, it isn't. Because Cody was the bridge between the fucking spot monkeys that he picked up in Japan and the Indies and the ex-WWE guys. And now the bridge is gone. So they just hate each other.
I want AEW's last episode to feature the Big Show and Mark Henry chokeslamming Excalibur and then leaving.
See, I'm fine with Excalibur as long as he has Taz with them and they just both suck at commentary to such a degree that they become great because they're amusingly bad.
I mean,
Excalibur and Taz are great because they're baseball commentators. They don't talk about what's going on. They just talk about whatever other bullshit they want to.
Yeah, I want Taz and Joey Styles to come back to WWE so I can hear Taz talk about random bullshit and Joey Styles can yell, "Oh my god." I want, if they can somehow get Joey Styles to come back, though, I want him to come back with his first gig being commentating Backlash.
I was gonna make a similar joke.
You know, this is one of those ones. Everybody's got some dumb commentary calls that stick in their heads. One that always gets to me is it was Mark Henry and Taz on commentary together in AEW. And Mark just casually, while there's nothing going on in the match, asks Taz, "Hey, Taz, why was 6 afraid of 7? And Taz just responds, because 10? And Mark just laughs and goes, "Taz, you are a dumbass."
What does that even mean?
I know. Like that's one of those things where it's like, on one hand, Mark, you probably shouldn't call your co-commentator a dumbass on TV. On the other hand, what other response can you give other than "Taz, you are a dumbass"?
and then Tess took down his sunglasses, looked straight into the camera, and just said, "It is not yet time."
Oh man. Do you think that Taz's commentary will ever get infamous enough that like people forget he was ever a wrestler?
Maybe. It worked for King.
I'm confident. Yeah. At this point, he spent a longer amount of time doing the commentary than he ever did wrestling, if I'm not mistaken. So I wouldn't be surprised if most kids nowadays recognize him as a commentary guy.
Probably.
Nah,
let's
not fool ourselves. Most people recognize Taz as it's Taz. and then the Oompa Loompa jumps out from behind the rock.
Irreverent Taz commentary.
Yeah, and the best part of that description to me is that could describe us seeing from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It could also just describe us seeing from WWE.
Yeah. Has there not been anyone since Taz switched to commentary that's kind of taken up that human suplex machine style gimmick? Brock doesn't count.
Yeah, I was going to bring up Brock.
Outside of Brock, no, I'm not sure.
I'm thinking of someone. I'm forgetting who. Someone has a normal suplex version of that, but I forget who.
I know when Cesaro initially debuted back in 2012, I want to say.
The human uppercut machine.
Yeah. Initially, though, he did do a lot of suplexing. That was his first. Well, I can't really call it a gimmick because it's just doing suplexes, but that was really the first type of quote unquote style he brought to the company at the time.
The way you wrestle can be your gimmick, you know?
That is true.
Because, like, that's Tajiri's book he put out. Like, people, there's a stretch that people keep quoting of, like, him specifically saying, the moves you use, you don't just use whatever moves you think are cool. You have to fit the moves to the gimmick and fit the gimmick to the move.
Yeah.
And when you think about it, Tajiri, not a great promo cutter, because not a super good English speaker. But Tajiri had that distinctive character of the Japanese buzzsaw because he specifically used the moves that made the gimmick, you know?
Yeah.
Either which way, so yeah, AEW's having a clusterfuck. So, there was a pay-per-view last Saturday that happened after the podcast, so Pink would have not been able to see it before. So, that pay-per-view had, if memory serves, a pretty small card of some pretty big matches, yes?
I believe that's the case.
Now, the first one...
before we get started, let me Google up the results real quick so we don't forget anything.
Yes. The first match, though, was Bayley, Yoshirai, Dakota Kai versus Bianca, Alexa, and Asuka.
Yes.
And I actually missed out on the majority of that one because we had just gotten home from a trip when the show started, which is why I missed the podcast on that day. And I had the runs real badly, so I missed out on the majority of that match. How was it?
I liked it. It was a very solid match. Yeah, everyone in that match, I believe, was a solid worker because it was Alexa, Bianca, and Asuka, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you probably just said it in just slipped my mind immediately. But yeah, those are all three very talented competitors on that side, and then the other three on the opposing side also very talented, talented in their own regard. So yeah, solid competitors. They put on a solid match. I really enjoyed it. I'm not sold on Alexa. Granted, she took a considerable amount of time off, and she's been gone from WWE for so long that she's kind of just the honeymoon period, you could say, is over with her. So Alexa in 2022, I think is the year we're in. Just not exciting. I think she was the weakest link in that entire matchup. Nothing she did in the match looked good. I wasn't sold on any of it, but aside from that, they really need to get her back as a heel or put her back in a tag team because Alexa on her own right now is just falling flat with me personally.
She's probably the smallest woman in the division, and she's not a huge high flyer or a particularly great technician.
Yeah. Her best ring work has always been as a heel, because as a heel, she doesn't need that size or skill advantage, one could say. It's just about going out there and looking tough as nails, which she was phenomenal at. She had a fantastic run in NXT, fantastic run in SmackDown when she got drafted up back in 2016. And then fast forward a couple years, it's now 2018, 19, 20. And yeah, her character has turned face. All her fun moves, well, all her fun characteristics in the ring kind of got stripped away, and now she's really just a blank slate of a wrestler with nothing interesting going on. And that's unfortunate.
Correct me if I'm wrong, her primary way she worked in the ring was arrogant show-off heel, right?
Yeah. She was arrogant show-off heel, and yeah, you can't do that as face. And if she wasn't arrogant show-off heel because somebody was more arrogant and show-offier, it was gritty as tacks. She was like, how do I describe it? She didn't do any like incredible maneuvers in the ring or whatnot. It was just she's doing the clawing at the face and whatnot. It's the old school heel maneuvers. See, I'm not wrestling. I'm just trying to beat my opponent up in the most convenient way possible that the referee won't notice. And that was fantastic.
5 feet of fury, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, so to make her work as a face, what they really need to do is they need to go with the gimmick that we pitched them. And just make her a personal AI assistant.
Anyway, so the next match was Sheamus versus Gunter. And I was going into that match wanting a 30-minute brutal fucking All Japan style match. Boy, did I get what I wanted.
Oh yeah, that was a fantastic match.
Yeah, they just went out there and killed each other.
Mm-hmm.
Mission success.
Yeah.
And not much finisher spam. I believe the only finisher that got thrown and kicked out of was the high cross, right?
Yeah, that's the only one that I recall. Granted, I don't watch a lot of Walter matches or Gunter. I'm not actually sure what his actual finish is nowadays.
Well, Gunter drew a lot of inspiration from All Japan, so he has 5 finishes.
That makes sense.
All of them lariats.
Yeah. He finished the
One of them is a lariat, yes.
Yeah, he finished the match with a lariat, so... You know, for me as a casual-ass viewer, not knowing what he does in the ring, to have it end on a lariat, I was like, oh, that's kind of anticlimactic, but okay, it was a good match. So...
Yeah, it wasn't a Stan Hansen rip your head off lariat.
Yeah, but the setup was nice. It had the cinematic drama going into it, so it was fine.
Yeah. And also, notably, the surprise return of Fabian Eichner?
Yes! Now working as Giovanni, Vinci, I want to say?
Yeah, because
he's Super Italian Man now.
Yeah, totally. Like, it's the funny thing of, like, when he was Fabian Eichner, that's a little closer to how the Italians tend to actually, view themselves nowadays, which is, artsy. Whereas, quick, let's make him sound like he's straight out of the fucking Renaissance. Giovanni Vinci. What?
He had a whole singles run for like a month down in NXT. It was incredible. He had a vignette, he had a match, and now he's up on the main roster.
The great thing is, earlier this week, we actually did watch through a lot more of the Cruiserweight Classic, trying to push ahead to Gargano.
Yeah, he was in that.
Gargano versus Ciampa, right?
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, the internet ran out just perfectly in time for us to not see Gargano versus Ciampa. But it did, of course, get to Fabian Eichner versus Jack Gallagher.
Oh, no.
I went, oh, no! I explained the whole Jack Gallagher situation and then skipped the match.
I saw one match from that guy, and I went, this guy sucks, and I was vindicated.
What's really ironic with that is, it's all kayfabe and whatnot, but still, it's a funny fact that in kayfabe, Jack Gallagher defeated Pete Dunne to advance to the Cruiserweight Classic on the Indies. So yeah, funny how history turned out in that regard.
The thing I really loved was when I said that, I actually, my parents hadn't seen him yet. I just said, oh no, we're skipping this next match because the guy turned out to be, big old sexual harasser or whatever. And then the image came up of, the pastiest, whitest man in existence.
Pasty white guy, super scrawny, super short.
Like, and with
mustache. It's like, how could we not know?
A pathetic ginger mustache. And both my parents just went, oh yeah, that guy? Makes sense. Oh my god, that guy makes Sheamus look tan. He's not too far off from his skin just being translucent and you can see his organs. Watch out, you're being attacked by an anatomy display.
Oh no. We saw this thing in science class and it's come to life.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Like, I feel like being attacked by him is preferable to the alternative.
No, yeah, that's true. Oh wait, Joey Ryan, that already happens.
Womp womp.
Now he's at Disney World. How?
I'm pretty sure he got fired from Disney World, so yeah.
But the fact that he was there,
the fact that he got in, yeah, uncomfortable.
What is the vetting?
There isn't any.
Uncomfortable.
Anyways, yeah, Gunther, Sheamus, good match. They killed the shit out of each other. It honestly, by the end, kind of felt like Sheamus' retirement match, didn't it?
On one hand, I really wish it was, because there's the likelihood of, one, passing the torch, two, the likelihood of Sheamus ever having another match like that in the United Kingdom, very, 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 very low.
Yeah.
So it's like, darn, you kind of can't call an audible and just be like, hey, I'm retiring, but if you were to ask Sheamus to go into a time travel machine, pick when he wants his last match to be, he'd probably say, yeah, Cardiff, Wales, Clash of the Castle, that should have been my retirement match.
Now he'll go back. He'll go back to
the Shawn Michaels WrestleMania 25 situation, where if he could go back in time, I'm sure he would have called that his last match because it couldn't get any better than that. And I feel like Sheamus is going to have the same deal there.
Now I feel like if you ask Sheamus when he wanted to retire in like 20 years, he'll just go, Extreme Rules when I got the WWE Championship from Cena. And then just...
I kind of would pop if in 6 months they say, like, if WrestleMania 39, Gunther versus Sheamus, loser retires, right? It would be WrestleMania 26, Taker versus Shawn, but still,
Yeah.
But yeah, if they called an audible there and were like, actually, Sheamus, maybe that should be your last one, that would kind of be like, all right, so fuck Pete Dunne and fuck Botch Holland.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like that role is kind of working for them, at least for the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, like when Sheamus got up and he was all bloody and shit, and he was just looking at the crowd, and the crowd was giving him the full standing ovation, the whole thing, like that. That crowd was hot. That was a hot crowd.
Oh yeah.
Like the best crowds are when either WWE stays in the Northeast and Eastern Canada, or when they go abroad, right?
Right.
But when they go to the Midwest or the South, the audience tends to be like, fuck off.
Right.
All right.
At WrestleMania 24, right?
You cut out there, so we only heard WrestleMania 24.
The way he was walking around the ring all bloody like that to the massive ovation reminded me of Ric Flair at WrestleMania 24.
Yes. Yep.
But yeah, matches like that would just remind me why I'm such a Sheamus mark, you know?
Yeah.
And now a Gunther mark.
Yeah. Good to see Sheamus got his what should you call it? What do they call it? Got his flowers, I think is the term.
Never heard that before.
There's some term that I don't think I don't think it's what I said, but I know there's a term for when a guy gets his credit, quote unquote, in the ring.
When an older athlete that people think can't go anymore gets his one game where he wows people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it was cool to see Sheamus get that moment.
Yeah, definitely. He can still do it. He can still go.
Yeah. And unless I'm being trolled by Twitter, I think even old Davey Boy Meltzer gave the match 5 stars. And he only did it because Walter was in the match, but still.
He only
did it because that was an All Japan style match.
Yeah.
Dave Meltzer gave that match match 5 stars because he mistook the stadium for the Tokyo Dome.
He heard it was overseas, so he gave it an automatic 5 stars. It wasn't until someone informed him later that the match actually took place in a WWE ring.
Not only that,
he realized his grave mistake.
Not only that, the wrong seat across too. You mean they crossed the Atlantic?
Yeah.
Oh man, either which way.
AEW had to put Japan and China, 2 Pacific Ocean countries, on their All-Atlantic belt just so Dave wouldn't bury it. It was sad.
See, I just assumed Tony Khan in a coke-ridden fucking fever got confused, you know? He's never
I don't
seen
think he
that.
needs to have coke to be confused. Pretty sure he doesn't know the difference between the Atlantic coast and the Pacific ones. Sober.
That is true. And then there was Liv Morgan versus Shayna Baszler.
Yes. This was a match.
You know, that it was
Yeah, it was, yeah. Especially following up after Gunther and Sheamus. It was, it's a match. Which is sad, because Shayna's a fantastic worker. I don't think Liv is the greatest, but I think she's a great character. So I'm happy to have her in the main event, so to speak. Granted, not the main event of the show, but, you know, main event of the women's
holding
division.
a belt, a big belt.
Yeah. So it's nice to see her have that. But it's like, darn, she makes such a better tag team competitor. She's kind of in the Alexa Bliss type situation here.
Yeah. It's a little bit of the Daniel Bryan situation of the fans.
Very much, yeah. Fans, you know, they go head over heels for her. They really want her to have the belt. Now that she has the belt, it's like, okay, now what do we want for you? Well, we don't want anything else for you because you've already achieved what we wanted you to get, and now you're kind of just there. Let's move on to the next flavor of the month.
Yeah. Next up, Aaliyah. What?
I love Aaliyah. She's the greatest.
Aaliyah, underappreciated. The Bookers hate her.
Absolutely. The Bookers want her to fail. They hate Canada.
Yeah. Road Dogg said so.
Road Dogg's an idiot. Don't listen to him.
Road Dogg is a fucking moron. The guy buries his own company that he was about to get hired by in a fucking podcast. What a dipshit. Anyways, and he buries him with was probably a lie. But anyways, so yeah, Liv Morgan versus Shayna. I only really have 2 points. The first one is very nice bit of psychology to actually have like Liv is getting smart to the cross arm breaker.
Yeah, I love that.
She keeps getting out of it.
Yeah,
that way they can have Liv v Ronda number 3, and this time it becomes the question of, is Liv not going to have to rely on cheating pretty well to win this time?
Yeah.
Can Liv beat Ronda legit? Clean.
Right, because she got the scrolly victory earlier. Now she's gone against Shayna, which is kind of the training wheels to Ronda. So now she can have a legitimate match with Ronda, and it's not going to appear to be... what's a good word? It's not going to appear that she's out of her league because we've already had the training wheels match leading up to it. So now we can book her to win clean, but are they going to?
No.
Yeah. Well,
if she doesn't tap out Ronda Rousey in the center of the ring, I'm gonna write them a letter.
See, I want the belt taken off Liv because Liv is. I said Daniel Bryan earlier. Liv is better chasing than she is holding.
Yep.
But at the same time, I don't want Ronda to take it off her.
Yep.
I struggle to say. I'd love to see Natalya take it off her, but of course that's not happening. If Charlotte came back and immediately took the belt off Liv, people would shit their pants and cry all through the night. But I'd prefer that over Ronda taking it off her.
Absolutely.
If Charlotte took the belt off Liv, would she not beat her own father's championship record at this point?
She should. Regardless.
Probably,
I honestly
yes.
don't know how many reigns Charlotte has in her belt.
I'll look it up.
She's definitely in the double digits, though.
Because it's insane. She's got like 6 reigns with either belt. I know that.
Yeah. I think if you include her NXT championships, she's probably already tied or surpassed her daddy. But I think she's sitting at like 11 or 12 at the moment, maybe 13.
6 with each of the main show belts and 2 times with the NXT belt. And 1 time with the Divas belt? What?
So she won the Divas Championship in summer, I want to say, of 2016. Or it would have been fall, actually. They debuted in summer. And she held that until WrestleMania, where they rebranded the Divas Championship as the Women's Championship, if I'm not mistaken.
She was the last Divas champion.
Yes.
Huh. So if we count that, then if we count the Divas belt and the NXT belt, she's at 15, which I think is 1 short of her dad.
Yes.
All right. And the other thing
that's an impressive stat right there.
Yes, it is. And if Mike were here, he would blow a gasket and die. But
probably.
Again, like Charlotte and Roman Reigns have become the wrestling equivalents of Otstarva for him, where it's like, I despise Roman Reigns and Charlotte Flair. Have you ever seen any of their matches or promos? No! And I'm not gonna.
Yeah, my dislike of Roman...
I just know they're overrated.
My dislike of Roman is slightly more founded because I've only haven't seen a match of his in this current gimmick. but I have seen him.
Big Dog Roman was pretty stinky. I'm not a fan of Big Dog Roman.
I'm not a fan of any Roman, really. Like, I didn't like him in The Shield. I didn't see him as the big dog. I'm not seeing him now. I just like it. You know, it's a thing of like. I wish Roman had other people aside from Brock that could actually challenge him.
Well, see, that's a problem for the bookers right now, because Cody was the one who is probably being set up for the next big rival for Roman, and Cody's out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, honestly, I think they shouldn't do Roman versus Drew again, and we'll get to why I think that in a little bit. I think it should be Roman versus Braun Strowman for a little bit. Feed Braun to Roman, because Braun doesn't really matter that much.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, Braun's the what's the word I'm looking for here? Braun is an attraction. He's not the actual main event guy, though.
Yes, he doesn't look good enough holding a belt. He's not a good enough promo to be like the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is there because it's like, I want to see a 6'10" muscle beast kill people.
Yep.
Speaking of 6'10" muscle beast, have a returning Heath Slater have like an interim thing until Cody is in good shape.
Have Heath come back for one night, and Drew just comes up and claymores him. The Jinder comes out and beats him up with a chair.
This is not the 3MB reunion we were expecting.
Like I know you hate Slater, but I genuinely think it would be funny if all of them, or if Heath came back at least for a night, and he was also fucking ripped, and then they just do like one short reunion like spot, and then Heath leaves again or something.
Walks in, air guitars, leaves.
Well, let's have it kind of like a Too Cool spot at the Rumble. We'll have Drew and Jinder in the ring. They're kind of hossing it out because they're both big, beefy men. And then the next entrant comes out. It's Heath Slater. He runs down to the ring. He's excited. It's his brothers in the ring right now. He's giving them like, I don't know, the devil horns. They're doing the Too Cool. Then Heath is playing air guitar in the ring. He's expecting his brothers to join him up in the air drums and air flute, but instead they, just throw him out of the ring and then go back to hossing it out.
No, I think it would be funnier. I think it would be funnier if Drew and Jinder are fighting in the ring. Next entrant, Heath comes out. All right, they're just looking at each other. They don't know what to do because they don't want to hurt each other. Fourth entrant, Rhino comes out. Drew doesn't want to hurt him because they used to team up. Fucking like, I don't know, like the current monster heel comes out, throws out all of them, like they fucking eliminates them methodically because they didn't make a move.
As funny as that would be, I don't think it would be a good idea to bury Drew or Jinder like that. I know we're just memeing here, but I don't think 3-man band is that funny for me. I'll be honest, the 3-man band joke is a bit played out for me. I'll be honest, when I saw a 3-man band, I was like, this is a tremendous waste of Drew and possibly Jinder as well. And it later turned out I was right.
Yeah.
And I prefer to never acknowledge it again. It never happened. Heath Slater never happened. Who was the 8th member of Nexus? I don't know. Who was the 4th member of the Core? I don't know. Who tagged with Rhino? I don't know.
The 8th member of the Nexus was Justin Gabriel again.
I was going to say Stevie Richards.
No, he was gone from the company.
Here's the thing, though.
He was
like, 1 out of the 8 members of Nexus are relevant at all, and he's doing commentary in NXT right now.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. Where? That's actually incredible. To be fair, you're not counting Daniel Bryan as part of the Nexus.
Well, yeah, he was there for a night.
Yeah. And then he choked Justin Roberts to death, and everybody just poo-pooed him.
He did a big oopsie.
He's just gone to the backstage with his hands covered in Justin Roberts' blood.
What did you do, guys? Daniel? I killed the man.
I think I got over.
I don't.
Yeah. What did you do, Daniel? I got over.
Speaking of the former member of Nexus being on the NXT commentary, it's really weird that whenever David Otunga opens his mouth, his team just comes out.
It's really funny that David Otunga was only relevant for being married to a celebrity, and it turned out he's beating her.
Yeah, funny how that turns out.
Yeah.
So it turned out he was completely worthless. Man, fuck that clown. Fuck half the Nexus, really. Like him and Ryback both. Like
I was about to say
both of them.
I was about to say you didn't like skip Sheffield eating chips.
Let's not. Husky Harris.
Yeah, Husky Harris.
Oh boy.
Mason Ryan.
Remember Mason Ryan? Good lord.
Not really.
Ezekiel Jackson.
Oh yeah, Zeke. Zeke existed at one point.
Wasn't Ezekiel Jackson the last ECW champion?
Yeah.
The final ECW champion defeated
on
Christian on the final episode of ECW.
The fucking long dead spirits of Sabu and Sandman should have just come out and dragged him to hell.
I like how their spirits are dragging them to hell and they're not even dead themselves yet.
They're dead inside.
They're
dead inside.
Like, I think Sandman's body by now, the soul and the mind are long gone. It is now purely a vessel piloted and fueled by beer.
Accurate.
And when the original Sheik died, you see, he replaced Sabu's soul in that body, in that vessel.
Ah.
He did the soul transfer technique.
Yeah.
Anyways. So yeah, the other takeaway I had from Liv and Shanna, boy, I did not expect that first one to last so long, is it now just the new thing for, like, because Shotzi's done it, now Shanna did it. Is the new thing to sell the Oblivion as not being a face buster, but instead of DDT or power
I
driver?
honestly don't know, but if they're selling it as DGT, we need to come up with a new move for a Liv, because that looks dumb and dangerous and way more complicated than it needs to be.
Why can't we just let her do that guillotine choke she used to do? That actually looked fairly good.
Yeah. She did the Stratisfaction on SmackDown, put Shayna through the table. She should just use that.
Oh, that looked like shit. Let's not have her do that.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Shayna blatantly put herself through the table. It was terrible.
That's what the Stratisfaction is. Have you not seen a Trish Stratus match?
I've actually never seen a Trish match where she used the Stratisfaction instead of the chick kick.
Well, good for you, don't.
I think it's acceptable as long as the person receiving never takes a step. And if they do it on the regular side ropes rather than the corner, right?
Yeah.
The corner, it beggars belief a little bit more, whereas if it's just like pretty well a springboard bulldog, I think it's more acceptable, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's now twice in a row that people have taken what are, for all intents and purposes, flatliners and sold them RVD style for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Just to put that in your head, Addy, this is a flatliner variant where the person receiving it is leaning on the ropes and Liv jumps up to do kind of like a jumping flatliner. I'm sure you've seen, like, there are 3 different black dudes who do the jumping flatliner as a finish, so you've seen it at some point. And she kind of is supposed to propel herself off the ropes, but Liv doesn't hit the ropes properly, so it's more like she just takes a seat on the ropes, then falls over.
Yeah.
And inexplicably, for all intents and purposes, it's a regular flatliner. Both Shotzi and Shayna took it RVD style. I don't know why.
I mean, she should have a different finish, just because the flatliner sucks if it's the move I'm remembering. Because, like, isn't the flatliner just taking a rock bottom?
Yeah, it's the self rock bottom.
Like that move's shit. it's down there with the fucking the overdrive.
Not to diss too much on old Chris Kanyon, because he got a raw deal in a lot of regards. But I'm gonna be honest, for him to be the innovator of offense, a lot of the stuff Chris Kanyon innovated wasn't that great.
But what did he innovate?
The flatliner.
I mean, aside from that.
Sit out Alabama slam, which wouldn't take that much thought. Let's be real here.
Yeah.
There's a couple others he innovated, but I don't remember. I could probably pull up a wiki that lists off the moves he innovated. Just as soon as I can find the wiki page. Nope, that's not it. Has anyone here ever actually seen a full Chris Kanyon match?
I haven't seen Chris Kanyon wrestle, period. At least not that I can remember.
Okay, they didn't bother. There's a lot of wrestlers that they do specifically set aside. This wrestler innovated this move. For Canyon, they don't bother doing that, which beggars the question of why he was considered the innovator of offense.
He always said mean things.
Who else but Canyon? Anyways, so yes, the next match on the card, Edge and Ray with Dominic at ringside versus Balor and Priest with Rhea at ringside. And boy, for how long this Judgment Day storyline goes on, more and more it seems like Damian and Finn are just complete jabronis and not at all a threat, and Rhea's the real threat.
Yep.
But you see,
I don't even know why Finn Balor is here at all.
But you see, Damian and Finn are not fucking Dominic on the side. Like
that is true. Well, you don't know about that. You don't know.
I was about to say, if they made it a part of the gimmick, then it would be funnier, especially considering Balor Club is for everyone gimmick.
Like, what? We were supposed to bring the Judgment Day out for a match today, but apparently the orgy has gone on a bit long, so... Dominic has seen new and incredible things that Ray did not introduce him to. Okay, Pink, you say a quick piece about the match. I need to step out and take a piss, or else I will piss my pants right here.
All right, will do.
Like I'm just imagining fucking Balor looking at Ray, what's the word I'm looking for? Suggestively, and then he just goes, I made sure he says Dios mío. Anyway.
Oh no.
So Pink.
This was the not the only tag team match, but I think it was the only legit tag team match that didn't involve a team of trios. Let me actually run down through the wiki real quick. There's a pre-show match. We're not going to talk about that, and that was a 6-man tag team match, so it doesn't negate my statement. So yes, this was the only tag team match on the card, consisting of 2 members on each team. Not for any tag team championships or whatever, because those don't matter. We hate those. We hate those here.
The tag team championship cease existing when the Usos pick them up. It's weird.
Exactly. That's just how it works, you know? The Usos have it figured out. If you don't defend the belts, you can just stay a champion forever.
Yeah, they figured it worked for the New Day, so it will work for them.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna die champions. They're gonna get buried with their championships like mummies, and it's gonna be a good deal for them. They're gonna have a great afterlife. Let's see. This has been a program that has been running for several months now. It started at WrestleMania when Damian Priest aligned with Edge in a match with AJ Styles. Then it continued over the spring, over the summer. Now we're getting real close to fall. You can smell it in the air. It's pumpkin spice season. And this feud is still going. It's still been Edge versus... Yeah, never gonna stop, yo. Like, what I'm trying to come up with a lyric. What was it? Red Groovy?
I don't know.
I don't remember either. But yeah, that was a theme song that Edge had, so it would have been a funny topical reference for humor.
Oh, that was... I thought... I didn't think you were talking about fucking Durango.
Yeah. Who is it? Rob Zombie?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't think fucking Durango has never gonna stop, but I forget. It's been a while since I've heard it. W would be able to tell you because he likes Rob Zombie.
I love that theme, and I'm pretty sure it says Durango at some point in it.
I wish they changed it so instead of his new Alter Bridge team or his old Alter Bridge team, the Edge just comes out. The "Do you think you know me" bit plays, and then it's or they do like the old '90s thing where the team just says you think you know me a lot, and then one time it's just called "You think you know." And then it just hard got into fucking Durango 95.
Yeah, that was pretty funny, actually. A little curious factoid here is that Edge comes out to Alter Bridge, And then immediately after that, the Judgment Day comes out to Alter Bridge. Different songs and all, but it's the same band. So I was like, oh, that's kind of funny to hear back to back.
So here's the thing, right? The Judgment Day is going to break up someday, but
someday soon.
They need to keep this theme as Rhea's theme because her regular theme sucks, and this is much better.
Yeah. I mean, we're going from generic rock ballad music type stuff for Rhea into an actual song by Alter Bridge, so that's not steep competition for Alter Bridge to beat.
But you see, Mike dislikes the singer's voice, so obviously they suck.
We've seen Mike's 100 list. We know his taste is crap.
This whole
That's what you gotta do, Pink. You gotta turn the tables.
This whole podcast is just us making fun of Mike.
To be fair, we've had plenty where we take the piss out of Ted all podcast. It's only fair that Mike catches some.
Yeah, spread the love.
Right. So, the match itself wasn't too terribly special outside of Edge doing a terrible 619.
That was pretty abysmal. The man was not built for a 619.
Edge is starting to hit that period of older wrestler where it's like, I can do all these moves, watch!
Right. I can do them. I just do them in slow motion and not very good as all the younger guys are doing it right now, but still.
Like,
the younger guys like Rey Mysterio.
Yeah. To be fair, Ray's done it every day of his life for the last 20 years. He's got some practice.
Yeah.
That's true.
Addy, we did tell you about Edge doing a Canadian Destroyer, right?
No. But
Edge on a recent episode of in Canada, on a recent episode of SmackDown, Edge did a Canadian Destroyer, which I guess because it's in...
Yeah.
And not like one of those properly set up versions of the Canadian Destroyer. Like, you can accept the Canadian Destroyer a little bit more if it's a diving version of it, right?
No, he did the one from the SVR games. I'm assuming.
Yes. The one where he did not even bother to look like he was jumping to do it. It was transparently the other guy just lifted him up and pile drived himself.
But no, you see it did a lot of damage. Because not only were they in Canada, not only is it called Canadian Destroyer, but Edge is also Canadian. So it's
stacking buffs.
Yeah, it tripled the power of the Canadian Destroyer.
Yep, that's a critical right there. Fun fact: the Canadian Destroyer was actually innovated in California.
Of course it was.
Well, yeah, because they had to test it somewhere outside of Canada. Otherwise, it would have been too powerful.
That's true. Oh man, I heard it's insane that they're still wrestling at all. But I've heard that now one of the Rock and Roll Express guys, I don't know which one, I don't care which one. One of them now does the Canadian Destroyer.
Yep.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's my favorite member of the Rock and Roll Express. Roll Express.
Like, I can't wait. Ric Flair's going to have his next final retirement match. And in that one, he's going to try to do a Canadian Destroyer.
No, he's gonna do like a... I don't actually know what's a dumb... He's gonna do a One-Winged Angel.
I hate that fucking move.
So do I.
Okay, wait. Now, does he do it? So, Pink, in the WWE games, I can never know if these movesets are necessarily accurate. Did Swerve Strickland actually do a version of, like, the electric chair? He lifts him up electric chair style, only to then just bring him down into a regular half Nelson, then pile drive them?
I honestly didn't see any Swerve Strickland matches from his time in NXT. So I could not answer that, honestly.
I'll assume it's true then, in which case I'll say, dumb fucking move. I hate that shit. Any move that's, let's lift him up for an electric chair and then let him down and do the move. What? I love Chris Hero / Cassius Ohno, whichever you want to call him. But I thought that was stupid every time he did the electric chair and rolling elbow, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Anyways, yeah, Dominic turned heel. Thank God.
It happened. He did it. He finally joined.
He did a terrible low blow on Edge that did not go anywhere near Edge's balls, which I thought was hilarious. And Edge sold it anyways.
Mm-hmm.
And then he lariated the fuck out of Ray.
That was a good lariat. Yeah, I like it.
Because here's the thing. In that day, in the dressers, Edge has been a better father to him than Ray in his life. So,
see, here's okay.
Like I'm saying all of this hurtful stuff. Ray used to be one of my favorite wrestlers. So.
I mean, you can still go back and see the early Ray stuff, and he was incredible. Like, phenomenal. One of the best cruiserweights. It's just that knee surgeries and steroids turned him into Ray that we know now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So, the one thing I want to say real quick, of course, clothesline is good. It wasn't like a full-blown Stan Hansen blow your head off your shoulders clothesline. Didn't need to be. It was good. But on top of that, when's the last time any wrestling promotion has run a father versus son feud? Excluding Vince versus Shane. Because Randy always got along with Bob, didn't he?
Yeah.
Should we count Kane killing Paul Bearer?
I mean, you could because it would be funny.
That is canonically the last time you see Paul Bearer before he died in real life, is him getting stuffed into a freezer by Kane.
Yeah.
Well, no, they just forgot him there, you see.
Yep. The production guys are like, do we want to let this crazy guy out? No. Leave him in there. He might procreate again. That'd be bad.
No.
Everyone. Well, if that was the problem, I would think Vince would be putting Paul Bearer in a room with 30 women. Make me more.
No, Vince is scared of what happens when Paul meets women, because last time he did it, Mordecai came out.
Oh no. Anyways, so yeah, what match were we talking about? Oh yeah, Dominic turned heel because Dominic loves the big sexy women, and it's just
we can't blame him.
We can't, but here's the thing. This starts to raise the question of, oh no, he is Eddie's kid. After all this time, the prophecy is revealed.
It is canon. Ray
It's
may
like
have won
poetry.
those. What are they called? Those.
Ray may have won the right.
What are they called?
Ray,
there's an actual
paternity
word
rights.
Maybe. But that would be more like a divorce or something. It was custody rights, I guess.
Custody.
Yeah. Which is still a divorce term, but we'll settle on it for now. Ray may have obtained custody over Dominic, but that is still very much Eddie's son.
I still
Ray may be your father, boy, but I'm your poppy.
Exactly.
I still want the blow off for this feud to be a custody rights on a pole match or something like that, where Dominic becomes his own father legally.
I'm my own man now.
I'm my own dad now.
What if now that he's in the Judgment Day, Dominic starts unconsciously doing Eddie's moves? It's in the blood.
He can't because Logan Paul already uses them.
Yeah,
his other bastard kid.
Aside from that, he was consciously doing Eddie's moves beforehand. Like, what Ray moves does he do? The 6 and 9. That's it. What Eddie moves does he do? The Three Amigos, the Frog Splash, the Lasso from El Paso.
To be fair, Ray also does all of those moves because of Eddie.
Yeah, but Ray sucks, so who cares?
I'd like to see Ray try the Black Tiger Bomb, see if that works for him.
I'm looking forward to Tiger Driver fucking 22.
Okay, Eddie didn't do that.
I know, but I'm saying that if the fucking
At what point are we saying that anybody that Eddie ever made contact with, it's a tribute when Ray uses their moves?
No, I'm saying that Ray would fuck the move up.
Oh boy. So yeah, that's a match. Anyways, Rollins versus Riddle. It was good.
Good match.
That's
very
really all
talented boys in the ring there.
That's really kind of all that needs to be said for that one.
Absolutely.
And the final one, Roman versus Drew.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Hated that match.
I must be honest, yeah, I liked the show. I don't think it was as good as SummerSlam, but I liked the show up until
Gunther v. Sheamus was better than any individual match on SummerSlam, but the show as a whole was better. SummerSlam was.
Yeah.
My God, was a single move thrown in that match other than spears and claymores?
I'm sure they had a headlock put in at one point because they would have had to catch the
I don't believe you.
No.
Their catch the breath was for Roman to throw a spear and then both to sell for an hour.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
The spear Roman Reigns' spear is coming seriously close to John Cena's Attitude Adjustment in terms of the least protected finisher of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Roman by now would take 3 spears to put down a fucking job guy.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't pretty. And
it was 30 minutes.
Yes, it was 30 minutes long. It wasn't a good
agonizing
match. It wasn't even the best match those two have had together because they've wrestled each other numerous times in the past, and they're usually capable of putting on good matches. This was not one of those matches. It wasn't entertaining. It wasn't exciting. The crowd was electric, which was nice, but aside from that, there was nothing to this match. This was
the Hogan Andre of the card in more ways than one.
Yeah. It wasn't good, which is very disappointing.
But the Drew body Roman.
And then it just got worse at the end of the match where
we'll get to that in a second. We'll get to that shit in a second.
Yeah.
I gotta get this in real quick. So of course the show happened over in Wales. And they gotta have the show then show pretty early over here in the States to accompany that, because nobody in Wales is gonna go yeah, I wanna attend a wrestling show at 3 a.m. But So as a result, my dad, who usually goes to sleep before any pay-per-view wraps up, got to see the end of this one.
Oh, that poor unfortunate soul.
Uh-huh. So he actually took a nap all through all of the good matches and pretty well only was awake for that one.
Oh.
And my dad just sat there and he turned to me and he said, I hate Roman Reigns. My dad's bad for the spot monkeys. My dad's a spot monkey guy, and that is not Roman.
Nope.
That match was punch kick, punch kick, punch kick, punch kick, spear, punch kick, punch kick, punch kick, claymore, punch kick, punch kick, punch kick, spear. Kill me. And Karrion Kross at ringside for no reason. He did nothing.
Yep.
He was just there to remind you that, oh yeah, Karrion still exists. Look.
I'll be honest. I stepped out at some point during the match because I probably had to take care of the dog or something, or maybe I was hungry and needed something to eat. But when I stepped back and never saw Karrion again, I thought, oh, surely he must have been exiled from ringside or something. He must have done something to get him thrown out. Otherwise, he'd still be there, right? No. Nothing happened.
Still there.
Still there, casually.
He threw a solo cup at Drew. That was it.
It's like,
and then
why? Who let him here?
Theory's new gimmick is he runs in to cash in the Money in the Bank too early every championship match, and somebody kills him before he can cash it in.
Theory was the most exciting part of the match.
The only part I thought was fun.
Yeah.
Because I'll admit, like I've said before, like Ted has spoken up and said, like, it's not killing Theory. Theory doesn't need to be tough. I agree. Theory don't need to be tough. He needs to be a smart, smarmy little chicken shit that is able to outwit guys who are much bigger and more talented than he is. But what I have been getting from the way Theory has been booked for the last couple months is Theory is not only not muscular, not technically talented, not any of this stuff that, well, of course, he's actually technically talented at making good matches, but in kayfabe, he's not technically talented as in, like, a guy who can wrestle circles around you. But he's not a good chicken shit either. He's not very smart. He's not very manipulative. He's actually kind of an idiot.
Mm-hmm. He's right now, he's kind of running the stereotypical jock type gimmick right now, the way they're booking him.
Well, like, maybe that could work. Oh, shit, I've got a hangnail.
Well,
that could work. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Thank you, Pink. So,
oh, this is the sage advice.
Okay, I solved it. Had to bite it off. Hope it will not come back. Okay, so, anyways, yes. Yeah, that was the only fun part, and even then I was like, oh, fucking Tyson Fury is here. Why? Why? That match, despite the fact that fucking nothing happened, was nonetheless overbooked. We got Drew and we got Roman in the ring. We've got the possibility of any of the Bloodline members coming out here, especially because they're running the storyline with Sammy of him wanting in and being all Mr., get down, Mr. President, that whole thing.
Yeah.
Karrion Kross is at ringside and fucking with Drew, but he also maybe wants to fuck with Roman. Austin Theory is here. He's cashing in the briefcase. Oh, no, wait, he's not. Tyson Fury is here at ringside.
Some member of the WWE Universe clobbered him. We don't know why.
Yeah, nobody cares that this guy who's sitting in the front row just knocked out a wrestler.
Apparently he's a celebrity of some sort, and I guess they have special privileges, which is news to me.
Well, I guess he's supposed to be big in England because it's like, oh, I'm a British gypsy wrestler and I can't be racist because I'm gypsy. But either which way, like, and then, oh, hey, Solo Sikoa's here. And it's like, oh my fucking God, this was already overbooked. What do we need another motherfucker in here for?
Is he allowed to be called Solo now that he's with the Bloodline?
Well, I guess. So, like, I can't blame him for wanting to get Solo over, but Karrion, Theory, and Tyson Fury should not have been involved in this match. And I can see each individual reason why each of those guys was there. It doesn't seem like any of these are Vince Russo choices of like, well, bro, people would not expect it, bro. These guys all have logical reasons why they'd be booked here, but you can't book them all to be here. There can't be. It's a one-on-one match that's not supposed to have anyone at ringside. Why are there 30 people here? Ugh. God, that was terrible. And then the match ended, and the show kept going.
It wouldn't stop. It was terrible.
Like, me and my parents were just sitting there, like, is the show still on? And then Drew, in the show, is the show still on? Addie, the match ended after 30 agonizing minutes of fucking nothing. And then Tyson Fury, after Drew lost, because Solo Sikoa Pearl Harbored him, whatever. Then Tyson Fury hops the barricade, gets in the ring, and picks up a mic and starts singing American Pie?
But they're in
Wales!
Cardiff! There are no Americans in Cardiff!
Drew is Scottish, Tyson Fury is English!
We hate the English.
Why are they singing American Pie?
And that's a terrible song to begin with, even if you are American.
Addie, help us on this. Is American Pie a bizarrely big song in Europe?
No.
Okay, now it makes less sense.
Like I can't even think of the song immediately when you're just saying the title.
You probably have heard the Weird Al parody.
I'm not sure because Weird Al is also not big over here because
Oh,
so song parodies are kind of based on the lyrics.
yeah.
Like we have our own in Hungary at least we have our own big Weird Al. There's 8 of him in a team, but still.
You know Don McLean?
Who? John McClane? I just couldn't hear you.
Don McLean or McLean. We'll call him Donald McLean the Fourth.
No,
the third, apparently.
Not off the top of my head. No.
Oh, good. You're a blessed soul. Stay that way.
Pink, I've seen too much. I am not blessed.
Well, as long as you don't know American Pie, you're fine.
I
know 8.5-minute folk rock cultural touchstone, according to Wikipedia.
I know the movies. Is that bad enough?
I mean, that's pretty bad, but not as bad as a song.
Oh boy. And Drew gets up and picks up a mic and he joins in singing. And the crowd, I have to say this, the crowd is dead. The crowd is fucking dead.
The crowd is confused. They're just as confused as we are. And even worse, they're from the UK.
The Joker is here in the arena. He released the Joker gas. The crowd is fucking dead. And Drew is trying to motion to the audience, come on, sing along, sing along. And it's like, and it goes on for like 5 straight minutes of this. And then finally it cuts away. And it's like, what the fuck?
What did I just watch?
Holy Jesus. And the crazy thing is, like that being kind of a weird, fucked up mixed card of a couple good matches, a couple stinkers, and a fucking terrible main event. And yet everybody who watched Clash of the Castle and All Out on the AEW side, and All Out, correct me if I'm wrong, All Out is their WrestleMania, isn't it?
I have no idea. I thought it was
okay,
All In.
It doesn't matter. Oh, for fuck's sakes. But All Out apparently was worse than this.
So I've heard.
Well, because Punk, they had Punk go against Ambrose, and Ambrose licked up Punk's blood, and then Punk got injured again. This time for a year.
What an idiot.
Oh my god.
Who does that?
Ambrose. Man, let me tell you, it's been a delightful trip for me. Because I remember when the Shield first popped up, and I was like, this Roman guy, he's not too talented, but he's good looking, and he's muscular. This Rollins guy, he's real talented. Ambrose, this guy ain't going nowhere. And while I was wrong that he wasn't going anywhere, because he did go somewhere, unfortunately, I was right that he had no right to go anywhere.
What do you mean that fighting the mummy of the old Japanese mummy in a ring is not going anywhere?
Tanahashi isn't that old.
Did he fight Tanahashi?
He's like 40. Yeah, he fought Tanahashi.
I don't think I'm talking about the time he fought Tanahashi. There was like the thing I'm referencing is he made like this open challenge to anyone, and then someone from Japan answered, and the someone from Japan, if memory serves, was like this 80-year-old man.
Oh, that wasn't Minoru Suzuki, was it?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did he have a weird hairstyle where he was like he had shaved down on the top, but he had like still the hair on the back?
I haven't seen the match or the build up for that matter all that much. Like I know that he made the challenge. I know that the old Japanese guy answered, and that's when I checked out. Pretty much.
Well, I know Suzuki, so far as I'm aware, is the only old geezer they still have working in New Japan. And I don't want to say he's that bad because I saw some matches he did just like a year or two ago with both Riddle and Keith Lee, and they were both pretty good matches. I expect pushing 60.
I expect the fucking Japanese mummy wrestled Ambrose, considering that the only move I remember of him is him trying to be Mick Foley.
Well, yeah. Don't forget the rebound lariat.
That's what I'm talking about. That is exactly what I was referencing, yes.
Don't forget that he can't decide what his finish is between the running knee lift, the headlock driver, and the totally not Future Shock DDT. Also, headlock driver, terrible move. I hate it.
Yeah.
It looks so awkward. I'm more willing to accept Bailey's version because she does the arm wrap thing, which makes it look a little better. But the headlock driver and the snapmare driver, I hate them both.
Yeah, in my opinion,
your opinion?
I think I like the snapmare driver.
Abby, yours.
I like the snapmare driver better than the headlock driver, because to me the snapmare driver at least somewhat works, because with a snapmare you're lifting the guy up somewhat, so you're just purposefully not doing the full motion.
I like the snapmare driver because Melina did it, and Melina can do no wrong.
Miz also did the snapmare driver for a little bit.
Yes, he did.
Doesn't Eli Drake or LA Knight, whichever you want to call him, doesn't he use the snapmare driver as a finish?
He might have in TNA. I don't think he ever used it in at least none of the matches I saw when he was in NXT.
Yeah, or any of the matches you see him have now that he doesn't have.
His 2 months stint on the main roster. Don't know what he did there. Didn't see him. Oh wait, maybe he did.
I'll look it up.
I'm gonna look it up as well. EC3 snap. Oh, no results for snap. Headlock driver. There's a headlock driver result. Headlock driver and the 1% compilation. Let's go ahead and mute that. By God, it's Dirty Deeds!
Oh!
So EC3 apparently did do the headlock driver. Also known as Dirty Deeds version 1. So version 2 is just a butterfly DDT.
Yeah, the Dirty Deeds done dirt cheap.
It's a great Joan Jett song.
Yeah.
I didn't even say Deans, by the way. I said Deans.
I heard, but I wasn't going to sell the Deans part because I need to get my shit in.
Gotta respect the hustle, bro. Much love, HH.
I can't sell for you, brother.
That don't work for me, brother. One of the greatest things I've seen come out of this stupid AEW situation is someone pointing out on Twitter, in hindsight, now, that don't work for me, brother, is a surprisingly professional position. Oh, man. Either which way, yeah. Clash of the Castle, blah, blah, blah. There was Monday Night Raw. Braun and Strowman came back. I didn't watch because I don't have USA Network.
Same.
But I did watch SmackDown last night. And it was a solid show. Off the top of my head, what I can recall, they are continually running this oddball feud of Hit Row and Street Profits together versus...
I don't know why. They should change Hit Row's name. Because while you were saying that, how you were going to say that they're having a rivalry between Hitler and someone.
Oh. Well, these two guys are black, so I don't think anyone's going to get that confused.
Shit. Anyway, yeah, continue.
It's Hit Row and Street Profits versus Los Lotharios and and I'm going to continue to call them that, so get used to it.
And who?
Tasty.
I said
It's Tyler Breeze.
Maximum Male Models.
Oh, there we go.
But their logo is just MMM. And now they've thrown in the sister as well, so it's just Anyways, so yeah. They got that feud running just to spin the wheels for everyone involved.
Yep.
Boy, the Maximum Male Models have not really worked. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. They just need to go down the Goldust path of make these fuckers as weird as you can.
Yeah. Make
that Maxine, that Maxine, they did not hire a wrestler for that role. They hired an actress. It is obvious she cannot take a bump. They kind of have to work around that, and the one bump she had to take, she did not take properly.
I'm not surprised. She was in developmental for all of 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm. But I still have hopes that it could be fun.
Yeah. I like every member associated with it outside of Maxine, who barely exists, but you know, they're kind of working a tough gimmick to get over in any meaningful way, so it's a real uphill battle for them.
I mean, I like all of them involved, and I actually kind of like that Maxine just from like the first time they showed her. Like it was such a simple little thing, and she's not done it since, so it probably doesn't matter. But the way she was cutting that weird promo they have, and she was almost like moving her head and her body like a snake slithering, while her face was kind of upturned at the camera. It's a little thing, but I thought that was like such a weird thing to do that I thought it fit. You know?
Yeah.
But either which way, it's just kind of dumb wrestling fun. They inducted Solo Sikoa into the Bloodline, and there I was thinking, like, should the Bloodline not by default include all Anawais?
No, it's on Roman's Bloodline. He sired the Usos.
Yeah. And Sammy.
And Sammy.
Paul Heyman.
Yeah, Paul Heyman, yeah. Especially Paul Heyman.
He had to go back in time.
We don't want to know.
Like, I need this army of children, but I want some of them to be older and wiser. I need a time machine.
But I want some of them to be older and whiter.
Yeah.
Like, we don't want to know. We don't want to know how many times Roman had to try before Paul Heyman came out as pasty as he is.
You know what's crazy is that on a technicality, one could say that Paul Heyman, in this business, has outlasted Eric Bischoff and Vince McMahon.
Yeah.
Oh my God. You're right.
He was playing the long game.
He played that long game very, very
and Jeff
well.
Jarrett. And Jeff Jarrett.
I mean, does Jarrett have a promotion still after Global Force
Not
Gold?
anymore, but maybe.
He also quit WWE.
Yeah. That is true.
Again?
How long did the Ganyas last? Did the Ganyas last long enough that we could say Paul reasonably outlasted them too, or is it just different time frame?
2 different time frames, I would say.
Because I don't know how long Greg kept it going after Vern got too old.
Yeah.
But yeah, that talk about coming up from behind. In a way, yeah, Paul won. We're kind of joking now, but at the same time, yeah, he's still collecting what is almost certainly a 6-figure paycheck. So,
oh yeah,
yeah. The real threat to fame in wrestling is to not pay your wrestlers. It'll be fine, says Paulie. It's okay.
Yeah, that is a lot of money that could go to some wrestlers, isn't it? That's a lot of money that could probably be paid to Metallica and AC/DC and all the other bands he ripped off by using their music illegally, too.
Yeah.
Boy, nobody let Lars know about ACW, okay? All right. Either which way, yeah, they do the Solo Sikoa bit. Drew McIntyre comes out and he's like, I want to kill Solo Sikoa. And Solo Sikoa is like, I want to kill Drew too. So that's our main event for the night. Whoopie-doo. See you later tonight. They had Otis and Gable come out. And I'm looking at it and it's like, I like both these guys. This gimmick is stupid. Because Gable's gimmick now is he just shushes the audience. That's it.
Yeah.
And then Braun came out and killed them.
Yeah.
But my mom noticed something that I thought was funny. She pointed out, Otis being as big as he is and relatively short as he is, not only does he look like he could be the most legitimate powerlifter in the entire roster, and when you think about it, when you see those crazy things, the powerlifters being able to drag trains behind them, Otis is probably the only guy off the roster I could realistically see doing that. But the thought ran through my head of, when Braun, runs at Otis to, bowl him over, I almost feel like Otis shouldn't move and Braun just trips over him, right?
Yeah.
Either which way, that happened. Let me see. I'll just go for the stuff that I actually remember, which is they had an elimination fatal 5-way to determine who faces Liv at Extreme Rules. And immediately I was, elimination? When's the last time WWE had an elimination match of any kind? Outside of Survivor Series?
That's a good question.
Because, the elimination match is one that's really cool to play in the video games, and it's one that you'd want as a viewer, but it's also anti-dirty finish, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the virtue of the triple threat and the fatal 4-way is it inherently makes fucked finishes so that all the people involved can have rematches.
Mm-hmm.
Elimination match, not so much. That's more of a clean, decisive, yeah, this person was the best.
Yep.
But it was a elimination fatal 5-way between Natalya, Ronda Rousey, Sonya Deville, Lacey Evans, and Xia Li. Remember her?
She's making her monthly cameo.
Yeah, once a month. Just to remind you, she's still got a contract. By the way, she comes out in her old kung fu gear still, but she doesn't get the lightning effect anymore.
Oh, she's powered down. They nerfed her.
Yeah. I was super happy to see that because I thought that lightning was the dumbest shit on the planet. But either which way, they start up the match, and Natty is the first to get eliminated. And I was sitting there thinking,
that's a choice, all right.
Natty, yes, easily the best worker in this match. We need to get rid of her urgently. Uh-huh. And to be fair, they at least did it in a way that didn't bury her, because she started to put Ronda in the sharpshooter, and then Lacey, boy, I'm going to get those names confused bad. Lacey came up and gave her finish, which is just a fucking right hook.
Yep.
And it wasn't even a good-looking right hook.
Yeah.
Who gave the
I
AOK
love
on
Lacey
that one?
Evans, but why they've allowed her to use the right hook as a finish for all these years is beyond me. She needs something actual, actually meaty. You can't react to a right hook in any meaningful way. It's dumb.
The thing is that the Rosie the Riveter pose she does before she does it most of the time is cool. That's good. I like that.
Yeah.
Still shouldn't be a finish.
Exactly.
That should be her setup to her finish.
Exactly.
That should be her 5-knuckle shuffle.
Yes.
But either which way, Natty first eats a woman's right and then gets put in an armbar by Ronda. So I'm willing to accept, okay, it took 2 finishes to put Natty down this early. That's not a burial. That's fine. But then very quickly, they have, in perfect synchronization, Ronda puts Lacey. Like I said, I'm going to keep fucking that one up. Ronda puts Lacey in an armbar. Sonya Deville puts Xia Li in a sleeper hold. And in perfect synchronization, both of them tap out, right?
They had to bring it home. They didn't have as much time as they thought, I guess.
Yeah. Well, the important thing was, you could see now Sonya and Ronda then get up and they start squaring off, right?
Right.
And the thought runs through my head of, oh, right, Sonya's ex-MMA. And the realization hits of, these 5 girls got together and were like, let's just have Ronda and let's just get rid of the 3 of us and have Ronda and Sonya shoot on each other. So Ronda and Sonya shot on each other. And went for proper MMA style tackle catch wrestling shit. Mat wrestling. And you could tell they were shooting. You could tell they were shooting because they were not cooperating at all. It looked just as awkward as wrestling should.
Well, that's just Ronda Rousey being Ronda Rousey.
Yeah, that's true. But Ronda, usually the other girls will at least cooperate into the armbar. But if it was worked, then they did a damn good job of it because it really looked like Sonya was working as hard as she could to jockey into her own submission hold. It looked real. It looked good. Damn good. And I already liked Sonya, but that put Sonya over quite a bit for me. That was good shit. And eventually Ronda did win it, seemingly shoot, which, I mean, I know, Pink, you despise Ronda, and I don't like her either. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to Sonya, who kind of dabbled in MMA, versus Ronda, who was a legit champion, even if she was a legit champion with very little competition, yeah, Ronda's probably going to come out on top in that shooting exchange.
Ronda got her ass beat in her 5 last matches, which is why she ran away from the competition, because she's a coward and a failure and a loser.
I like how you didn't dispute what I just said, but you tried to find a way to dodge it to still dunk on her.
I'll be honest, I wasn't paying attention to what you were saying because you were talking about Ronda Rousey. I was like, no, I'm sure he's saying very, what's the term I'm looking for here? I'm sure he's saying very logical things, but it's about Ronda Rousey, so I don't care. I'm going to find something else to say.
But either which way, it did actually a really good job. Sonya, up to this point, has been booked as cowardly bitch authority figure.
Yeah.
And them having her, I'm sure that this wasn't the booker's idea. I'm sure this wasn't Hunter or whoever's idea. But her and Ronda going, screw it, let's just shoot on each other, made Sonya actually look like she could seriously hang with Ronda. And that put Sonya over a lot more than I was expecting. And they're in Seattle, and the Seattle crowd's actually a pretty good one, so the fans popped for it too. So it was pretty nice.
Nice.
And, of course, Ronda won. Shock of shocks.
Yeah, the crowd boo when she won?
Little bit, actually.
Oh, good. I my faith in Seattle, not a lot of it, but it's slowly being restored.
All right. We need to wrap this up urgently because my earbuds are going out. But
Quick.
The one last thing I want to say is they had a segment with Solo getting inducted into the Bloodline. Drew went out there to kill all the Bloodline with a steel chair, right? And one thing I loved, Solo stayed in the ring and stared Drew down like, come on, motherfucker, bring it. The Usos and the Sammy. The Usos and Sammy scatter like cockroaches that have just had whatever they're hiding under, pulled away, right?
Yeah.
But when Drew gets in the ring and goes to give a chair shot to Solo, Sammy does it again and get down Mr. President Solo and takes the chair shot instead. It's starting to be that Sammy's a better bodyguard than he is wrestler. So the main event, Drew versus Solo. Well, I like Solo better than the Usos already, because while Solo sadly does do a super kick, he only does one. Whereas the Usos, punch, kick, super kick, punch, kick, super kick, punch, kick, super kick, splash.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they do the Rikishi driver to shout out their cousin.
Yeah. So I did think it was neat that Solo doesn't just take the super kick from the Usos, but he also takes the old running ass in the corner from Umaga, and he takes Yoko's belly to belly. I thought that was very nice. One thing I think is odd, and Pink, you'd probably be able to speak more to this than me, because I've not seen any other Solo matches. Solo despite being skinny, about the same physical shape the Usos are in, moves like Rikishi and Yoko did. He moves with that kind of waddle of, I have a massive gut. Have you noticed that?
I have. I don't know what it is. I think it's a style thing. He's trying to stand out from the crowd because, when you're in developmental, you're kind of told, do whatever you can to get yourself over, get your character over. Yeah. So I think it's just I'm going to pay homage to my, we'll call them ancestors, and I'm also going to stand out in this way. So I think it's just a character decision that he's making in that regard.
It does make him pretty unique. I did like that. I also like that he went with the foot wraps instead of boots.
Yeah.
It definitely... I don't know why a super kick seems better whenever it's with foot wraps instead of boots, but I guess it's just because I'm so damn used to and sick of seeing motherfuckers with boots throwing super kicks.
Yeah.
I guess it was the same thing with old Rusev throwing super kicks. It was a little less tired just because Rusev had the foot wraps instead.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That is pretty well all the wrestling for the week. I'm going to head off right now because the earbuds are getting insistent.
But we need to plan stuff.
We'll do Fighting Games R on Monday. We'll play the rest there.
All right, sure.
Later!
Bye!
Bye. I guess Pink.
What time are you guys doing
No, Pink,
the thing
Pink, the podcast is still going.
Oh. Well, what were you asking me?
Pink, end the podcast.
I would like to end the podcast now.